9, 8, 7, 6. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Καλημέρα σας. Καλώς ήρθατε στην τρίτη μέρα του συνεδρίου του KAI Greece 2025. Good morning, welcome to the third day of KAI Greece 2025. I'm really happy to see that the social life in Syros blended nicely in the program, and I see quite some faces early hours in the morning. I'm happy for that. Today is our last day, unfortunately, I would say, given the feedback and the discussions we had. We have again a full program. We will start with a keynote. We will continue with our fourth session on the evaluation side of things mostly. And then we will have our demos, posters, and hands-on experiences. That it's, let's say, a triptych that runs for the first time in KAI Greece, and we are happy that that we have the participation of the teams, which we thank a lot, and we also encourage you to visit afterwards and the demos and the posters, but also the hands-ons, which take place in the upper, let's say, part of the university. So what I would like to ask is, if you may, because I mean, Maria mentioned yesterday the other session chairs, would love to grow, would love to learn, and from our mistakes first, and then if you have any ideas to become better for our next edition, which we will announce at the closing ceremony, by the way. I forgot to say that. We have our Best Papers Awards wrap-up of the 3 days. And of course, we will announce where KAI Greece will take place in 2027. So if you may, there is a QR code in the program that you have in your bags. Your feedback matters, therefore. Please take a moment to share your thoughts, any wishes that you might have, or challenges you've dealt with, and we'll be happy to address them. So for the next session, we have with us Professor Leonard Reinecke. Guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen in Syros, in KAI Greece. Wir freuen uns sehr, dass Sie und Ihr Team aus Deutschland hier bei uns sind. And Professor Reinecke will talk about a topic that we touched a bit from a presentation the previous days. He will try to address a topic around logging off or stressing out. Okay, this I think is a very targeted title for the days, and it refers to digital disconnection and its role for digital resilience. So Professor Reinecke is from Media Effects and Media Psychology at the Department of Communication at Johannes Gutenberg University, Mainz in Germany. And in his research, he and his team addresses the uses and effects of digital media with a special emphasis on mobile and social media and their effects in self-regulation and psychological health and well-being. He's a member of the International Communication Association, the German Communication Association, and the German Psychological Association, and serves in editorial boards of Human Communication Research and Journal of Media Psychology. He's also ad hoc reviewer for a large number of national and international scientific journals in the area of communication and media psychology, among them the Journal of Communication, Journal of Computer-Mediated Communication, and Computers and Human Behavior. So the floor is yours. And we're looking forward.
Παναγιώτη, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για τα καλά σου λόγια στα γερμανικά. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Είναι μια πάρα πολύ μεγάλη τιμή για μένα να είμαι εδώ σήμερα και να παρουσιάσω αυτό το keynote. Ευτυχώς μπορώ να το κάνω στα αγγλικά, διότι τα ελληνικά μου δεν είναι τόσο καλά τώρα. Μαθαίνω ακόμα, αλλά νομίζω δεν φτάνει ένα keynote ακόμα. So I switched to English now, and I just said that I'm very glad that I can do this keynote in English because my Greek isn't so good yet, though I'm trying to improve on that. I'm very honored to be here today. And when I got the invitation to hold this keynote, I was at the same time very pleased and a bit terrified, because I thought, what can I tell experts from HCI as a non-expert in HCI? Because what we do in Mainz really is, I think, a different perspective. We come from communication and media psychology research, but I had a couple of very nice conversations with Panayotis here in Syros, and we figured out that there's a lot of overlap between the things that we're interested in, and I hope that the different approaches to what we do can be fruitful. So this is not supposed to be so much an overview of our work. Of course, I will briefly also talk about what we're doing in Mainz, but mainly I want to introduce one topic that we are very interested in, digital disconnection, and open up discussion on how media psychology and HCI research can maybe fruitfully work together in having a look at this, I think, important topic. But at first, a short intro to who we are, maybe also where we're from. I think for good reason, probably none of you knows where Mainz is. That may be a disadvantage compared to the other keynote speakers. Everybody knows where Singapore is. Probably most people know where Eindhoven is. And nobody, for good reason, knows where Mainz is. So I put in this little map over there. Mainz is a mid-sized town quite close to Frankfurt. But for some reason, we have a very large university. And me and my team, we're working at the communication department. That's one of the largest communication departments in Germany. We have 15 professors, about 40 pre- and postdoc researchers, roughly 1,500 students in BA and MA programs. And the research that happens there basically covers all areas of communication research, PR, political communication, health communication, media psychology, media effects. That's what we do. And much of what I talk about today is not exclusively, or maybe not even mainly based on my own work, but of that of my team. Frank Schneider is my postdoctoral fellow. And then I have three wonderful PhD students, Lisa Gilbert, Rebecca Kreling, and Felix Dietrich. And I'm very happy that the three of them are also here with us today, and also did a great job already on two nice presentations on the first. So sort of the departing point for much of what we do is the fact that over the past years, we've seen tremendous changes in mobile and digital media environments. Of course, media use is now characterized by constant availability of media content and communication. There's more and more blurring between the boundaries of use and non-use of media and technology. In communication, we've termed this concept of mass personal communication. So there's more and more mix up of classical mass communication, one-to-many communication, which was the standard, so to speak, when people watch TV or listen to the radio. And now we have social media where there's a mix of mass communication and personal communication coming together, which of course is important implications for media users and effects. Media use gets more and more nonlinear and independent from time and space. People are no longer restricted to TV programs, but can sort of be their own program directors and watch their favorite content whenever they want. And also there's a growing fragmentation of media use and communication. There's second screening, there's all these micro episodes of checking your smartphone maybe 100 times per day. So generally we can say that media use and effects unfold under new boundary conditions. And that is what we are very interested in, and looking at the implications of those changes for media use, but also for media users. So over the past years, we've tried to do a lot of research on these new preconditions of use, have looked into the consequences of ubiquity of media use, of fragmentation, also of algorithmic curation. Felix has been talking about the implications of algorithms also for entertainment processes on Wednesday. We look at new forms of use, for example, media multitasking and how this impacts users and effects. Look at new boundary conditions such as social pressure, which for us as entertainment research, we do a lot of entertainment research, is actually new. 10 years ago, we always looked at media use as a very intrinsically motivated activity. People turn to media use, turn to media content that they want to use and receive in the given situation. Now, in the times of social media, of course, media use is more and more also driven by social pressure, social expectations. So then there's a new sort of motivational background to media use. There's fear of missing out if you don't use media in a certain way. And very often, because of the ubiquity of media use, people run into goal conflicts between wanting to use media on the one hand, wanting to communicate on the one hand, wanting to use technology on the one hand, and maybe being in the situation where they should actually do something else. That already brings me to our second main area of research, which is the self-regulatory challenges of these new media environments, where we look at self-regulation failure. You may have heard, of course, not have experienced this yourself, but there is a growing concern around procrastination with media use. If you don't have a problem with procrastination yourself, maybe you've noticed in your students that it's more and more difficult for them to concentrate on tasks, not to be distracted by technologies. That is something that we're really interested in. And of course, also, we look into the psychological mechanisms behind that, like self-control issues and processes, media habits, so on and so forth. And the third sort of column of our research is the effects of new technology use on mental health and psychological well-being. And here we really try to have a balanced view both on the negative effects. We do a lot of research, for example, on digital stress, but also on feelings of guilt. Very often, if people experience self-regulatory failure with media use, they feel very guilty about their media use. But also look at media as a resource, for example, in stress recovery, stress coping. Rebecca and I have just finished a larger funded project on media use and resilience, so how people can use entertaining media to become more resilient to everyday adversity. Another positive media resource could also be authenticity, so being able to express yourself freely and to self-present freely, for example, in social media. So if we wanted to put a label on what we do, I think the central concept of what we're looking into in our research is digital resilience. And this, of course, has two sides. On the one hand, we are interested in how media users can actually become resilient to the challenges they face in digital media environments. How can they cope with the new demands? And on the other hand, we're interested in how media users can be or become resilient through media. So how media can be a resource, a source of resilience, and actually help people to be resilient in everyday life. And today, I want to talk about the role of connection and disconnection processes for this issue of digital resilience. So maybe we can take a first look at the connection between digital well-being and connection, disconnection. Of course, I'm sure you are very aware of the fact that there's a lot of discourse about this, which is or tends to be very negatively framed. Both in the media, there's a lot of coverage on the potential negative effects of digital media. Then we have high-impact books like that of Jonathan Haidt, for example, on the anxious generation, where he claims that basically social media have ruined the complete generation of young people in the Western world, which I totally disagree with. But on the other hand, this illustrates that there's a lot of discussion going on, and with our research, we want to add a bit or contribute a bit to this discussion with our data. So let's take a look at the role of connection, disconnection within this area of digital well-being. And the first thing that we can notice is that, yes, more and more people do in fact become more POPC, permanently online, permanently connected. This is a nice figure from a very recent survey from the Pew Research Center that looked into how constantly connected actually people feel in different parts of the world. And the bars in dark green over here, those are the percentages of people in the different countries that say, yes, I'm almost constantly connected to the internet through some kind of device. And the light greens here are several times per day. And we see that in many parts of the world. For example, in the highly technologized countries like the US or Japan, a very large proportion of people say that, yes, they are permanently online. In other parts of the world, for example, Germany or Greece, the picture is a bit different. Maybe we can speculate a bit about the reasons for that in the discussion. See, anyway, there's evidence that more and more people are constantly connected, constantly available. In our research, we have also tried to look a bit at the psychological side of this state of being POPC, permanently online, permanently connected, and have tried to do research on the psychological correlates of that, so to speak, the POPC mindset, and have developed the concept of online vigilance, which refers to individual differences in how strongly people are cognitively oriented to being permanently online and permanently connected, how strongly they're chronically attending incoming online stimuli, and how they, or whether they have a motivational disposition to prioritize online content and options over offline behavior. And this also was the basis for a scale measurement instrument that we developed with 3 factors: salience, describing this constant thinking about online content, monitoring, constant checking of what's going on online, and reactability, prioritizing everything that has something to do with your smartphone or with online cues, even in offline situations. And of course, we might ask, how could this POPC behavior, being constantly online, and POPC mindset, thinking about online-related cues all the time, how could this impact psychological well-being? And in our research, one process that we look at quite closely is digital stress. I'm sure that you're all familiar with the subjective feeling of being stressed, but maybe I can just add a little bit of theoretical background here. In psychology, we very often refer to the transactional model of stress, which is the standard model of stress in psychology, which suggests that stress is the result of a person-environment transaction. So there's situational demands that sort of interact with the resources a person has in a given situation. And depending on the appraisal of the situation, whether the individual feels that his or her situational resources actually match the demands of the situation, the situation can either be interpreted as non-threatening or as a threat. And if we perceive threat, then this leads to a stress reaction. And then in a second sort of appraisal, we can think about our coping actions and options. Do we have resources to resolve the situation? And then ideally react in a way that reduces stress. So that's what psychologists think how stress works. And research shows that, in fact, there are a lot of obvious connections between being permanently online and perceptions of stress. There's been a lot of research over the past years, not only from our group, but also from colleagues in media psychology, that demonstrate that, in fact, there are a lot of digital stressors that increase people's perceived stress in everyday life. For example, this factor of online vigilance that I've already been talking about, but also connection overload. So the perception that you're just overwhelmed by the amount of communication, amount of messages, amount of content that you have to respond to, availability stress, social expectations of being constantly online, fear of missing out, being stressed because you think or have the feeling that by not using technology enough, you may miss something. Goal conflict, your technology use keeps you from attending to other goals, but also approval anxiety. So when people self-present online, for example, they can get very stressed about the reactions they may or may not receive on their self-presentations and whether they will be positive or negative. So generally, we can say that digital stress is produced or tends to happen when technology increases the demands within situations. For example, when people multitask and thus have increased situational demands, or when digital media use reduces the resources available in a given situation, for example, through online vigilance, when people think a lot about online use and thus have fewer resources for other things. Digital stress can be affected by our subjective experiences of digital media use in terms of overload or goal conflict, or also when we feel that our situational coping capabilities are restricted. For example, in situations where we actually want to be offline, we want to, for example, focus on a social interaction with a friend or on a nice dinner with a partner, but at the same time feel the obligation to be constantly available. So yes, there's a lot of digital stress out there, and connection plays a big role. And there's evidence that more and more users are becoming aware of this fact, feeling more and more stressed, feeling more and more, or feeling not anymore at ease with their own media use. For example, there's data from Büchi in a large survey that demonstrates there's an increasing amount of people, those were people from Switzerland, that perceive their digital media use as being excessive or problematic, and attributed this to being permanently connected, and have the experience that this results in negative media effects. And because of that, there's a growing critical public discourse around the benefits and disadvantages of connectivity. And this more and more seems to sort of result in what we could call a digital backlash. So maybe after years and phases of people being very positive about the benefits of constant connectivity, we now see that users are becoming more critical, and that the need or the felt necessity for more digital autonomy is increasing. So this becomes a big issue for users as well. Because of that, I think there's a good reason to believe that questions of connection and disconnection are really closely connected to well-being in these highly digitalized and highly media-prone times and environments. And also recent research on digital well-being has come to the same conclusion. I think this is very nicely expressed in this citation from my colleague Marieke van den Abele from the University of Ghent, who has written a very influential paper, influential in communication research, on what digital well-being actually is. And she says, now that technologies permit us to be permanently online and permanently connected, we face a new challenge. How do we obtain a healthy balance between connectivity and disconnectivity? And this also seems to be a growing issue for users, finding the sweet spot of being connected on the one hand and disconnected on the other hand. So we believe that for digital resilience, disconnection really is a key issue and worth looking into further. So maybe we can take a quick look at what we already know about digital disconnection, how people perform it, and what effects it may have. Maybe a quick definition first. Disconnection refers to the deliberate setting of limits to ubiquitous connectivity. So it refers to phases of non-use or restricted use of digital media. Importantly, it's temporary, so it does not describe deciding not to use a certain media or technology or stop using that completely, but it's about temporary disconnection with varying timeframes. So a couple of minutes, couple of hours, or even days that people decide to disconnect from applications or devices. And importantly, it's an intentional, deliberate process. Of course, there's also unintentional forms of disconnection. For example, when you run out of battery on your smartphone, but those, of course, are not as interesting from a psychological point of view. And like I already said, disconnection is distinct from things like discontinuance. You decide that you don't want to use social media anymore, or non-adoption. You never actually start using a smartphone. Those are different things. So one important question that we could ask is, how prevalent is disconnection actually? And here I've brought data from a large literature review presented by Nassen et al., who looked at the extant research on disconnection and try to sum up the percentages of people we find in surveys on disconnection that either consider disconnecting in the future or have actually engaged in disconnection. You see the figures are quite diverse here, which is because the definitions of disconnection differ between the different studies, but roughly between 30 and 80% of survey participants have already thought about disconnecting more or want to disconnect more, and roughly 20 to 60% of participants have already engaged in some kind of disconnection behavior. So the next interesting question to ask would be, why do people do it? So what are the motivations behind disconnection behaviors? And again, findings from the Nassen paper, we see that there's a lot of reasons: perceived overuse, social interaction. So people want to increase the relationship qualities with their offline contacts, productivity. People feel distracted and want to be more productive. Privacy issues, perceived usefulness. People just don't see any use in or any benefits in using technology anymore. But also, and for the focus of our talk here, most importantly, one important reason for disconnecting is psychological well-being. So people intend to disconnect to improve their well-being. They seem to have the lay theory that disconnecting is good for their mental health. So I think now is the moment of truth where we have to think about how effective disconnection really is. Because obviously there's great hopes about positive and beneficial effects of disconnection. And again, there's a lot of media coverage on that talks about digital detox and how beneficial it is for people to take some breaks from social media or from smartphones. There's a lot of self-help literature supposedly supporting people in their digital detox endeavors. So I think it's important to take a close and critical look on how effective these disconnection strategies and digital detox actually is. Spoiler, the data that we have or that they're out there are not very encouraging. For example, there is a recent meta-analysis by Lemayeux that looked at the effects of social media abstinence. So intervention studies that looked at people or instructed participants to not use social media for a certain period of time, usually 1 or 2 weeks, and measured well-being outcomes. And in the meta-analysis, Lemayeux and colleagues looked at positive effect, negative effect, so whether people felt better or less worse when they decreased social media use, and life satisfaction, whether this sort of disconnection would increase life satisfaction. In this figure here, we see the average effect for negative effect. Here we see that the different studies that went into the meta-analysis, and you can already see that there's only 2 studies, the one up here and the one down here, that actually found any significant results. The one negative effects, so reductions in negative effect, the other one increases in negative effect, and the mean effect size is not distinct from 0. So no effect on negative effect. People did not feel less bad as a consequence of disconnecting from social media. Same holds true for positive effect. So people did not show increases in positive effect after disconnecting, and also the same picture for life satisfaction. Again, no effect at all. So disconnecting from social media did not increase people's psychological well-being. Of course, social media are just part of the picture. There are other research papers, and of course, also literature reviews. For example, a very good review paper by Radke et al. That did not only address social media abstinence, but also other forms of interventions like smartphone abstinences or disconnecting from messengers temporarily. But the picture is quite similar. We do see reductions in usage time. So yes, these disconnection interventions are effective in reducing people's usage times. But again, we see very ambivalent effects on well-being. There are a few studies that find positive effects, others finding negative effects, and the majority finding non-effects or no effects at all. There's a lot of problems, various indicators of well-being, and that makes it a bit harder to compare these studies, but overall, we do not find any evidence for consistent positive effects of disconnection. And of course, we can now ask ourselves, why is that? So there's big hopes in disconnection. Then if we look at the effects of disconnection on people's well-being, then we don't actually find any positive outcomes. We believe that there's a lot of different reasons, which partly are connected to the limitations of previous research. One issue is time frame. So many of these intervention studies have rather lengthy interventions and force people to disconnect from social media or from their smartphone for a whole week or even for 2 weeks. That, of course, could be an issue. There's conceptual issues, inconsistent definitions and levels of analysis of disconnection. Of course, it makes a difference whether you disconnect from your smartphone completely or only from a certain application. There's different measures of well-being. So there's no sort of measurement standard for well-being. And I personally think this is the most important reason. The intervention studies, of course, very often have very rigid designs. So they usually look at intrinsically motivated forms of disconnection. People are instructed to disconnect, not by their own decision, but because they are participants in an experiment and are told to behave in a certain way for a certain amount. This is why we believe that disconnection actually needs to be tested in the wild, so where it happens spontaneously in people's everyday lives. And this is what Alicia did in one of her dissertation studies, where she looked at these more spontaneous forms of disconnection with a 14-day experience sampling study with 230 participants, roughly 12,000 situations that were sort of surveyed with the ESM methodology. And the study included another couple of different variables, but we here look at well-being in particular, affective well-being, stress, energy level, and how connected or disconnected people felt. As I said, spontaneously occurring forms of digital disconnection, whether in the situations where people responded to the ESM prompts, they were engaging in disconnection strategies or not, and also whether this disconnection was more or less intrinsically motivated. These are the results, and here the effects that are marked with circles are the within-person effects. The ones with the triangles are the between-person effects. So the within-person effects are more interesting for us because they demonstrate whether there's any change within people's average levels of well-being, depending on them being situationally disconnected or not. What we see here is that in fact there were significant effects on affective well-being. So in our study, people did feel better in situations where they were disconnected. They did feel that they had more energy, and interestingly, they also felt more connected, presumably to the offline contacts or the offline persons that they were interacting with in that situations. Interestingly, we did not find significant effect for stress in this study. The effects were, a bit stronger when disconnection was intrinsically motivated. So if people felt that like they decided themselves to disconnect in that situation, but they were also pretty short-lived. So the positive effects did not extend to the next measurement point, but only within the situation where people were surveyed in the ESM survey. So maybe a short recap, what we've found so far. First of all, disconnection is more and more prevalent in people's everyday lives. People plan to disconnect more or have already started disconnecting. Very often users are motivated to disconnect because they hope that this will benefit their psychological well-being. Unfortunately, disconnection interventions seem to have questionable or no effect at all, whereas spontaneous forms of disconnection seem to be a bit more promising in terms of positive well-being effects. But obviously, there are many open questions that remain unresolved. And In the last couple of minutes of my presentation, I want to look into those and open up for discussion afterwards. So what's left to do in disconnection research from our perspective? First of all, we definitely have to learn more about the mechanisms. So in terms of stress, for example, we don't really know how effects of disconnection on stress, how they actually work. And different mechanisms could also have very contradictory effects. For example, on the one hand, disconnecting could reduce situational demands because people receive fewer notifications, for example, but could also increase demands because they feel that, for example, they feel socially pressured to reconnect, or they have to think about connection and disconnection strategies and negotiate situationally negotiate these strategies which can be demanded. Disconnection could increase resources, for example, by decreasing online vigilance, but it could also decrease resources, for example, because people feel less connected to their social environment. People could perceive disconnection either as a threat, feel FOMO, have the feeling that they should be connected, or it could help them to relax, to feel that they are more connected to their offline contacts, so on and so forth. And lastly, in terms of coping options, people could feel that they have more coping options because they are less obligated to connect, but also because they feel disconnected, feel that they have less social support, and feel less able to cope in certain situations. So we need to know more about the connections between disconnection behaviors and the well-being outcome variables that we're actually interested in. The second big issue that we're facing is the temporal dynamics of disconnection. And so far, research very often is dominated by a dichotomous view on connection and disconnection. So very often, studies treat connection, disconnection as exclusive states where people are either connected or disconnected, and where phases of connection and disconnection follow each other, which of course is not very realistic. In everyday life, connection and disconnection probably look more like that, where, for example, people are in the office and are on the one hand connected to their business contacts, but maybe disconnected from their personal or private contacts. There could also be phases where people are disconnected unintentionally because they sleep and don't make an actual deliberate decision to be disconnected. So understanding this temporal dynamic and interaction of connection and disconnection, and treating them not as exclusive states, but as sort of a continuum, will be essential, I think, in future studies. Also, and that would be the third point, from a self-control point of view, from a self-regulation point of view, disconnection is only one side of the medal. We've talked about disconnection as deliberately setting limits to connectivity. So deciding upfront not to be available in a given situation, shutting off your smartphone when you go on a date or when you want to concentrate on writing a research paper. This would be forms of preventive self-control. So you know that in a certain situation you don't want to be connected, so you take action preventively and disconnect. But very often, disengagement may be more important. So finding the right time to stop media use. Disengagement refers to the act of intervening with media use and terminating exposure in a given situation. So very often problems evolve not because people are connected, but they overuse technologies and don't stop using them at the right point in time. And unfortunately, right now we hardly have any theory or research on disengagement processes. There's a few recent studies, for example, by Alexandrowski and O'Brien in HCI research. And our team also tries to work on this as well, but we barely know how disengagement processes work, and also, of course, how they interact with disconnection processes. So this, I believe, is another very important issue for future research. And finally, and now maybe you will say, finally, he's talking about something interesting here. Of course, interface design and user experience also play a major role that we as media psychologists have largely ignored. So I'm particularly interested in your perspective on this. Of course, there's many design features that are intended to or could potentially help people to disengage or to use their technologies, their devices less frequently. One example that is often used in intervention studies is grayscaling, for example. So using the display settings of your device to set it to black and white mode. And the idea is that makes it easier for people to disengage from smartphone use, basically because it's less fun, which of course is part of the problem. So there are studies about that. For example, Decker et al. Did a study where they surveyed participants for 14 days or 3 times over a 14-day period. In the first week, people used their smartphones in the normal way as they would always do. And in the second week, they were instructed to set it to black and white mode, to grayscale it. The usage was tracked for the whole 2-week period. And there was a post-intervention survey to see what effects the whole manipulation had on people's usage and well-being. And the results show that, yes, there's some positive effects. People reduced usage time, though we do not find reductions in usage frequency, which makes sense. Grayscaling is not supposed to help people disconnect, so to use the smartphone less frequently, but to reduce usage time, help them to disengage more quickly, which obviously is the case. Also, people perceived less overuse and stress, so positive well-being effects. There was no change in sleep quality. But for me, the main finding is a qualitative one. So the authors also collected qualitative data in the study. And based on that, they come to the conclusion that participants that perceive the grayscaling mode as not particularly helpful, but rather as annoying. So although obviously this helps, people hate it. And of course, it's not a big surprise because making technology less fun, of course, users will not appreciate that. But of course, this brings us to the question of how we can actually create interventions that do not ruin user experience, that help people to disconnect, help people to disengage without negatively impacting their user experience. So I guess there's lots of room for discussion with regard to interface design and user experience. From my point of view, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but from an outsider, it appears that user experience design traditionally shows a very strong focus on building and retaining user engagement. And of course, it makes sense that this isn't the focus of UX research. But as we see, users seem to have a growing demand for disconnecting, for disengaging. So I think for the future, it will be a very interesting and very important question to see how potential conflicts between goals of tech companies, goals of developers, who of course also have financial interests, how they conflict with users' needs for disconnection and disengagement, but also how sort of we can make peace between the two perspectives. I think Alicia already put it very nicely in her presentation on the discussion. Tech companies should have an interest in catering to the disconnection needs of their users, because in the long run, if they don't, people may move away from their technology, may be frustrated and decide that it's not good for them to use certain applications. Second, I think we need to have a growing awareness of the fact that disengagement, just like engagement, is goal-driven. So people do not mindlessly switch off their phones. People do not mindlessly end a gaming session or end a social media session, but because disengagement also caters to goals and needs that people have and that need to be supported by interface design, by user experience design. So I think it's an important question how to consider disengagement goals more systematically in the design process in the future, maybe. And coming back to this theme of resilience from the beginning, I think a main question is how we can increase digital resilience by designing self-determined forms of disengagement. So think more about interface features that may, for example, provide positive points of closure. Give people opportunities to disengage from technology or from applications at the right point in time when it also feels good for them to end use. We have to think more about what kind of interventions can facilitate disconnection without impairing perceived autonomy and enjoyment, and overall how we can increase user agency and help them to find the balance between disconnection and disengagement and connection on the other hand that they personally need. These are open questions to me, and I'm very interested in the UX and HCI perspective on this. So I'd be very happy if we could maybe talk a bit about this in the discussion. Thanks so much.
For this, I think, amazing talk. I think you provided an angle on the human side of things, on the humane of this computer interaction with valid points and open points that we might even the community approach from a different angle. But I would like just to open for questions. I have many actually, but let's yeah. So yes, please.
Congratulations on your work. Just a question and a comment. The question is whether perhaps I missed it, whether the research was deployed in a specific target age group, because I guess social media and discomfort, etc., varies a lot with age groups, from kids from 13 years old to senior people. So that's whether it was targeted to specific target group. And the second, just a comment that because we in our company we're concluding work with digital health and an application for encouraging cancer survivors. One of the things that we were capturing as a data from the survivors, the patients themselves, was social media engagement, and what part of the application was to make them aware how much time do they spend for Viber, for specific social media. And we noticed that the second top screen in the mobile app that users look into daily is how much time they spend themselves. So it's important for them. Not steps, not physical. Probably they have they were smartwatches, etc. But that was the second top.
Thanks so much. First for the comment, I think that's really interesting, and I think it underlines how motivated people are to actually reflect on their use and to be aware of what they're doing with their technology, and also to get some control over that. Which of course doesn't mean that they're successful with it, but at least there's a lot of motivation to actually engage in this disconnection process. With regard to the populations that the research is based on, absolutely, this is another limitation that could have also been on the slide with the 4 main limitations. Much of the work out there is on student populations. Of course, students are a population that, so university students, a population that uses technology quite heavily. So connection, disconnection are an important issue for that kind of target group. But definitely would be very important to look at connection, disconnection process also in other audiences and user groups in the future, definitely.
Thank you so much for your talk. I very much enjoyed it. I think it was very enlightening, and I appreciate also the connection that you're trying to make with UX, HCI. more a comment, I guess. I was thinking throughout that, and you touched upon this, the various shades of gray. It's not disconnection, connection only. And I think it also has to do with purpose of connection. So I'm connected to my team at work, and I can't lose that connection, right? Because that's how we use Discord, for example, and there's constantly something about papers and this and that, or I need to be connected to see if the ferries will leave tomorrow because of the weather, so for practical reasons. On the other hand, I'm overwhelmed with all of these different messages for social reasons, right? And I don't like that, and I would like to be disconnected. So is there a way to design for partial disconnection? I'm wondering, and this would be an interface issue as well.
Yeah.
Like somehow grouping, let's say, the applications, because one of my real reasons of stress is I get a message in WhatsApp and Viber, by SMS and email. All of these are gathered onto my smartphone, and then I don't remember if I responded to one, where it was. So that's stress. Is there some way to somehow collect these, group them, and tag them as work, practical, need to be connected, or don't need to be connected, disconnect, or see them later, or whatever? So maybe this is a direction of, UX, UI design.
Yeah, I think it's both a direction for design, but also for research. I mean, we try to look into different reasons for disconnection already. There's another paper out of the larger data set that Alicia has been collecting, that I've been talking about, that looks more into different motivations for disconnection. I think psychologically, the main difference in motivations is intrinsically versus extrinsically motivated disconnection behaviors. But I totally agree that looking more closely into micro reasons for disconnection, so not really psychological motivations, but factual reasons for connecting or disconnecting would be super interesting. And also thinking about ways to make it easier to easily manage connection, disconnection on an application level for people on a device, for example. I think that would be super helpful to group applications and to have better control and easier control to manage connection, disconnection at the same time on the same device. Right.
Yeah, maybe it's just a comment to build on what Maria mentioned. I think we need to step back, and in your talk, you frame stress as something negative, right? But I think in psychology, there is also the positive stress, the concept of eustress, which is derived from the Greek word, which is the good. So I'm thinking, building on Maria's question, if we step back and frame stress not also as negative, but also we look at the positive side, maybe we'll be able to use, because the eustress is, in a sense, is used for growth, right? Or can we disentangle these two types of stress to help the user understand when they need to be connected or disconnected?
Yeah, I think that's a super helpful comment. In psychology, we tend to frame stress in an exclusively negative way, and usually use different concepts to tackle eustress, for example, positive forms of challenge. But I think it's super important to differentiate between both, and also see how connection, disconnection, how they relate to both negative forms of stress versus positive forms of being engaged with tasks, of being challenged by tasks and technologies. Both are different sides of the same coin that have to be taken into consideration. I agree.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. I really enjoyed it, and congratulations for all this setting up.
Thank you.
And this wonderful team of yours who work on these issues. It's more a reflection on what you presented, and I will start because I've noticed you made a reference to The Anxious Generation of Jonathan Haidt's book, we usually refer to it. And you made a negative comment. I don't agree with it. You said, if I'm not wrong. So based on that observation, I would like to build on and frame it somehow historically, your research, but the situation we are all in right now. And I make reference to a book I use at my lectures in this topic, which is by a guy called Jason Farman. The book is Mobile Interface Theory, which basically the position of this book is that we've redefined, and that's about 20 years ago, 2007, I think, the first smartphone appeared. And then the continuous connectivity was with the good connection in Western world, at least. And we redefine space and time. So it's a new reality now we live in. And the meaning we make of the world is an extended meaning from our perceptions, because these media are always around us and they enhance the meaning of the world. And since this guy is a phenomenologist, makes reference to Heidegger's ready at hand, the tools are invisible and are part of our being, our existence. Okay, so if we accept this condition, I just wonder whether your stance against this connection, and I understand it is a psychological construct like stress you study is very useful for all of us. And the point of Maria is very good, that we would like to be more powerful to define from our point of view and not from specific applications, as she said, the degree of connectivity in certain phases. But just to look at the phenomenon as if it's a bad thing, an evil thing, and well-being definition is the more time we are disconnected, the better we are. That's like, I don't know, thinking of when electricity appeared in the world and try to think, oh, this is an evil thing and change our life, and try to study people who want to go back to caves and not connect to the to electricity conditions. So I would like to know your stance. What do you think? You just observe this phenomena, or you think you share some people's idea, like the anxious generation, this is really bad thing and we should try to be as much disconnected as possible?
No, I think that what you're saying is absolutely right, and what we're trying is not making the mistake of this black or white thinking about technologies and their implications, because of course life is much more complex. I think that new technologies, like you said, they add a new layer to life. They change processes. They change interactions. They also change cognition. But for me, as a starting point, I always try to look at these changes in a neutral way, because usually they have positive and negative implications, and also for different user groups, very different implications. So there's always people who benefit more from technology, and others are more vulnerable to their to the risks that are connected to technology. So I think, and what I criticize most about books like Heights is that they are alarmistic. They make big claims based on weak correlational data, which is popular. You can sell a lot of books with this, but it doesn't describe reality in a way that we as scientists should be interested in describing the world. So I think we need nuance. We need to be aware that change is always positive and negative. And as media psychologists, we really try to understand the boundary conditions, the preconditions for positive and negative effects, to then help people shape their behavior in these new media environments, which will not go away, in a way that supports their autonomy, that supports their well-being, to make it easier for them to navigate the challenges they face. That, I think, that should be the goal, I think. Yeah.
Hello. Very nice work and research. I really enjoyed the conversation also you started over here. As a younger generation, I would like to make although a more negative comment, because your research is very important, as I said, in the conversation you start, but I cannot help to focus to that we just talked only about the effects mostly. And of course, a way of trying to evaluate what's happening is very important, and trying to figure out how to solve it in a way. it means that it's a problem somehow, and but it only feels like we're scratching the surface and creating maybe a patch. And I cannot help to think that I can draw similarities with an actual addiction, and I think I'm not the first one to do so. But yes, but it feels like it feels to me as well, and I think that's why I'm saying I'm a younger generation, because we grew up in a society that was the first, let's say, the first test subjects. I'm 28 years old, so I remember myself without a smartphone and a digital connection, and before I was a pop. And now that I'm trying to figure out how to not be, although of course I agree with you, I need it for my work and to stay connected, because all those stuffs are very important. I cannot imagine myself without electricity, as Mr. Avery said. But that's what I draw my parallels with, and also my constant question, because that's why I feel it's an addiction, and you won't see effects with the addiction, and without the addiction, you probably will be like, I want it back, not to be away from it, especially when it's on the tip of your fingertips. You're gonna go back to it. How can we survive or design or stay positive in a world where the designers of bigger companies, and most of the designers, even if we're researchers, are trying to design solutions, applications that keep us connected to smartphones and digital ways. And they also are trying to make it more engaging. They created the infinite loop, they created ways just to keep us addicted.
Very many, very, good points, and it's hard to think how to start or where to start. Maybe first, I think I totally understand what you're saying, but I think it also connects nicely to some of the things that were in the presentation. For example, I think this feeling that you're voicing, and I think that is also characteristic for many members of your generation. I think this nicely connects this idea of a digital backlash. So this feeling of unease people have with regard to technologies, particularly those people whose lives are so interwoven with these technologies now. So I think that that is a real thing, and we see that, and we also acknowledge that in our research. However, in MediaPsych, we usually try to avoid the term addiction, because it has a lot of problems. It has the danger of pathologizing behavior that is not pathological. So there's a very high threshold for behavior to become pathological, and though people may feel challenged and also restricted by technologies and behaviors in their everyday lives, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're addicted. Also, because I think the addiction label victimizes people and also suggests that that you can't really do something about it, that it's not within your own sort of power to change behavior. We usually talk about media habits, which also describe processes of automatization, of not thinking about your behavior anymore, of having trouble controlling it, but it's not a pathological form of behavior, but something that you can regain control over in your everyday life. And with regard to the future prospect, I'm a bit more optimistic. I do see that we're now in a phase where industry is still very much focused on increasing engagement, but I think that the negative and ambivalent feelings that users like you are developing with regard to this, that they mark a turning point. And I think that we've seen similar developments in other areas, for example, privacy. When I started out as a doctoral student, we did a lot of research about privacy in social media. At the beginning of social media, people were very, very unreflective about their private data. Partly they're still, but the regulations have changed. So we see that usually it takes a lot of time for regulators, for the civil society to react to technological innovations, but in the end they usually do, and I expect to see at least some steps into this direction with regard to engagement, disengagement, disconnection, freedom to disconnect, also in the future, but I agree that we're not there yet.
So I think, thank you very much for the questions. I think that's very let's say, provoking. Before we close the session, I would like also, if I may, address just a remark, just a food for thought, let's say, because your work, I think it's very useful to understand the more basic theoretical perspective of modeling behaviors in relation to interactions, and which is the basis for me to explain and interpret outcomes today, and also helps me argue a bit more about the work we did with Professor Mourlars some years back, publishing a paper in 2019, if I'm not mistaken. While when thinking about engagement, we more or less saw it as a more game theoretical phenomenon that exists, but you will never going to be able to predict it. When it exists, how long it's going to be, or when, let's say, disconnection will happen. And which, of course, ties to the motivation, as Maria said, and to the user experience evolution of the user with interaction on situation-specific environments. So I want to tie that to the main problem that I think, main challenge that there is, to create a theory that would be able to include behavioral aspects that tied, let's say, to the concept of disconnection with intermediary interaction that might exist. And the question is, if we're going to be able to achieve such a modeling, given the various shades of gray, as Maria again said, and the multidimensionality, not only of the user as an entity, but also the interaction, let's say, instances that are being generated into various environments, or are we going to only talking about a situation-specific modeling that ties to context, activity, and time?
Brilliant comment. And in fact, Alicia is working on a theoretical model that tries to describe disengagement processes on a situational basis. But I think that you bring up a lot of additional issues that we could take into consideration. I think it's yet another good example of how MediaPsych and HCI can sort of fruitfully engage with each other. Mm-hmm.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
So let's thanks one more, Professor Reinicke. And we are moving on to our next session on user experience design and evaluation with Minas Pergadis as a session chair.
Thank you, Panagiotis. So good morning from me. I'm Minas Pergadis, and I will be chairing the next session. The next session is called Design and Evaluation for the User Experience, Part 1. It has 4 short papers, which means it's going to be 10-minute presentations and 5 minutes of Q&A. And let's get right to it. The first paper is called Playing, Moving, and Designing with Data, Exploring Young Students' Data Literacy Skills in Embodied Classification Games. And we'll be presented by Maria Stella and Nicolaou from the National Kapodistrian University of Athens.
Thank you very much. Just a moment, yes. So just to begin, I am Maria Stella Nicolaou. I'm a PhD student in the University of Athens from Educational Technology Lab. And Marianne Chrysiotti, who is also here, she's an assistant professor in our department. But both of us have a background in informatics, so it's kind of weird. So I will present you our work regarding playing, moving, and designing with data, and exploring young students' data literacy skills in embodied classification games. To begin with, data literacy, I don't know if you're familiar with the term, is increasingly recognized as a key competence for everybody in the AI era nowadays. So it's not only about using data, but about being able to question and understand how data are classified and represented. Yet, in K-12 education, we see a lack of motivating and accessible designs to introduce students to data literacy, because too often it's reduced to more statistical or isolated exercises that don't feel meaningful for learners.
So our goal is to design and evaluate purposefully an educational game which integrates multimodal interaction and end-user development as well for data classification. And you probably wonder why we choose classification. The answer is because it's everywhere. It is in science, in how algorithms work, in everyday life. So classification is not something that you learn once and finish. It keeps evolving as new data and perspectives come in. So we will present you Sorbet as for sorting based on educational technology. It's not an ice cream, unfortunately. It is an online tool for classification games we develop in our lab. It is open source and web-based, so it's really open for everybody to use and really lightweight. It is also, as I said, editable, so you probably want to play classification games or design your own. So we have two levels of user engagement, the play and the modify design phase. In play, we classify the following object with also integrated hand tracking system to allow multiple users to play, currently just two, but we plan on elaborating more, and also voice recognition commands to make it more engaging through gameplay, and also the modify and design phase where we have integrated block-based programming and the data editing parameters. So we have a more intuitive and physical engagement, the first level, and then a deeper engagement with the data handling. It's really open to any domain, so you're welcome to come up with any ideas and share with us. So this is the interface. It's really simple. Now in this video, I will just select the one example to showcase to you. It's a recorded video because I was afraid that something will go wrong if I do it online. So this is a game about degradation time, so the time of everyday objects, so that objects are falling, objects are everyday objects like tires or whatever, and the categories are the amount of time estimated to need for dissolve. So a bit about the interface, it's really simple. You can set on or off the background for visual clarity. The camera should be on. It's important to say that there is no further equipment needed. It's just a standard web camera. That's why I said it's really easy to use. And so objects are falling. We have two hand gestures that can manipulate these objects. The objects are falling in waves. So during gameplay, maybe the students that are playing may be frustrated because of the objects that are too many or they fall too fast. So with some keywords like slower or less, the design can adjust to what the student need. So yes, just move on a bit faster. Here is the edit mode. As you can see, it's really easy to move from play to edit. It's just a button. And here is the database where you can see all the objects and categories that we saw earlier. We can add more categories. We can delete existing ones. The objects are in the rows. That can be either text or image. And also we can select how many times we want an object to appear during gameplay, because sometimes we want an object to appear more than once in order to make students reflect on that. So it goes a little bit too fast. And also the object can be assigned to more than one category so as to make students reflect on the subjectivity of classification. So also we have this playground with block-based commands here that let students experiment with the ratio and the pace of the objects based on some criteria, maybe the score of the game. And also a text editor that allows students to write their own text for introducing their games. Another example, as you can see here, we have these online examples drop-down menu where we have plenty of examples, and of course we are adding more and more during time. I will open a different example. It's called App Game. We talked about social interaction before, but we have now very popular social media. And this was a really subjective theme, as you can imagine, because they were tasked to classify apps based on their use. So it's really open and subjective on purpose, just to let students to express their own view on these things. So we have many different examples regarding that. But let's move to more theoretical background that led us here. Our work has been built in 3 complementary perspectives that guided the design of Sorbet. So we start with data literacy, which is about questioning how data is organized, classified, and used. From an HCI perspective, the embodied and multimodal interaction, like gestures and voice, make abstract concepts more tangible, social, and of course, negotiable. That's the most important part, I think. And they also change how students collaborate. And finally, constructionism, where students learn best when they design and share the artifacts. And by letting them redesign these classification games, we place them not only as players, but also as makers of the systems. So regarding this study, I have to say that's a pilot small-scale study, a part of my PhD journey. And the methodology followed a design-based research. So it is an iterative process and user-centered, which works in cycles. So the first cycle had an earlier version of Sorbet. So back then it was only one gesture detected with a different interaction. It was like open palm, closed fist interaction that grab the objects and move them around. And the more simple design mode with just the database and not anything else. So the students worked in pairs. It was really small sample. And in the second cycle, based on students' feedback from the first one and student interview mainly, there was a strong need for dual hand interaction at the same time to be more engaged and collaborating for them, and also additional affordances in the game design. So we added these options in the design mode. Yes, so as I said, we have done 2 cycles so far, 2 pilot studies. It's an ongoing research. In both interventions, students moved from play to edit the games and finally to create their own versions and share with classmates, which was the most important part because they started to feel them more like it's something that it's theirs. In both interventions, the data analysis, the data collection included gameplay observations and logs, discussion interviews, and student-created artifacts. So as you can see in the first images, in the first intervention, the students were sitting down, there was less engaged, only one hand can be detected during that time. But in the second intervention, they were more active, more talkative, and there was stronger collaboration between the 2. They were standing up and moving around, yelling. So some findings, initial findings regarding Sorbet affordances connection to data literacy practices show that multiple ways and practices are interconnected. For example, embodied gameplay and database editing led students to reflect on the subjectivity of categories, which was really important. And some findings regarding embodiment in focus, we saw that with embodied and voice interaction, the students moved from just playing to questioning the classifications themselves, and the dual hand supported stronger collaboration and equal participation, which of course aided expression of meanings while voice commands layered in a sense of real-time strategy and negotiation between the 2 players. Also, when given access to the database and the block-based environment, they moved from playful edits to more purposeful design choices. So they created new categories with evidence they search online, and it was a critical step toward more ethical and communicative data literacy because it marked a shift from designing for themselves to designing from others. Okay, I will skip these examples that mostly illustrate how Sorbet provoked students to treat classification not as a fixed truth, but as a negotiable and contestable process, which is valuable for technologies like this, which is authorizable and easy for access. So Just for discussion, we try to reframe data literacy as an active social and design practice, and we focus on enhancing the critical view of data and expression of ideas. Of course, we acknowledge the limited sample size currently, and we intend to have larger populations, and of course, improve the usability and the design options of the platform. And also just to assign about the curriculum alignment, it's really important for students nowadays, and maybe integrate it in out of school settings like museums and classifying data regarding their visit there. This is an idea for the future. Thank you. I hope I'm not really in time.
Maria Stella, thank you for the talk. Very nice, and I like the setup, the presentation, the videos. I just have some. I'm curious a bit on the framing of this research. Now you talk about data literacy. Data literacy, which is different than digital literacy, has to do with the way this age group perceives data. Sees how data is transformed, is manipulated, is stored, and issues relating perhaps to privacy and other issues relating to data. Now, I was really confused about this gesture embodied interaction with data. I see really, I can't see how this can contribute to data literacy. It adds a playful character in the interaction, and then perhaps based on the ability of the kids to manipulate these falling objects, makes them focus more on catching the objects and handling them rather than on the mental process of categorizing all those concepts. And another point is that where is the data there? I mean, for them, data becomes what? Objects which represent notions. This is more an activity on ecology, on I think it's the life of various. I couldn't understand exactly the domain.
Yeah, it was just an example about degradation of the objects. We have plenty of examples
because
regarding.
At the bottom, the categories are related to a time scale. How long?
It was just for this example. It's not.
Yeah, okay. But I mean, the data seem to be missing there. The representations of data. Perhaps more interesting for these kids would be to look into the database later, or perhaps even, which I agree, it's an interesting example, to create through this Scratch environment some kind of processes for managing and manipulating data. That I think is much more interesting. It would be interesting to discuss that. But the game itself and the way it's far too distant from the notions that we want to achieve with data literacy. And I really don't say, I think it creates more, it's not, it doesn't give a clear message why you're doing it.
Thank you for that. I don't know if you're finished.
I don't know whether I would like your reflection on this. It's a very interesting work. And I would like to see methodologically how you're going to evaluate your work. I mean, what is the criteria for achieving the objective, which is data literacy, I guess. And I don't know, you have a plan next, I guess, for doing this. It would be interesting to give us an idea how you're going to go on.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. It was really, really relevant to what we're doing. So I know that it seems like more connectionless, but you're right that the part of data literacy is more connected to the design part. Of course, in the beginning, they just play, they interact with the objects, and they don't know that they can modify them. So that's an important aspect, that they play with that, they conceive that, that's the correct, the box turns green, so this must be correct. So the first part is more of the engagement with students. That's why we added these features. It's not specifically connected with the data literacy part. And then in the second level, we move deeper in the design mode where they see what is going on and everything gets negotiable and changeable. So that's the idea. But of course, I know that it's a disconnection between these two, and I'm working to see how this will continue. Yes.
Thank you. I will try to continue with the question of Nikos. I can see it is a first step for data literacy, but it's important for example, for the students to the next step to test the performance of the classification, the accuracy, to find the confusion matrix, for example, to see how many students succeeded in putting the right objects in the right baskets. So we're trying to think about the accuracy of classification to see a matrix, a confusion matrix that usually used in the data science. And then they can put attributes to objects and make the system automatically find a way to put the right object to the right box, and thinking about decision trees and all of the machine learning techniques. I mean, it's something that can extend and see and go to the data literacy.
Exactly. This is okay. Sorry. This is something that we were discussing with Marianthi, how we can do that more related to that aspect and automate some processes. So it's really interesting that you propose that, and thank you for that. But we currently are not sure how we should do that. So we are open for ideas. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you again. We will be moving on to the next presentation titled, How many participants do you need for closed card sorting? A case study of an e-commerce website. It will be presented by Christos Katsanos from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki.
Hello, thank you very much for the introduction. We can't see the. Okay, so thanks again. I'm really glad to be here to present our work with Theodoros Zougalis, my bachelor student who did his thesis on this, which is a study on the number of participants needed for a method in HCI for closed card sorting. So a brief introduction. One slide. Information architecture is an important part in designing systems, especially ones that have that are rich in content, for example, websites. It's actually how we structure and label the content. It's very important in terms like findability, if you're familiar with the work from Orville, for user navigation. Card sorting is a key method for designing and evaluating information architectures. There are two main variations. There are actually more, but two are the main. The open card sorting, which is the most popular, let's say, because it's mainly a design method. And the closed cards sorting, which is the object of this work, which is mostly an evaluative technique, although we know these two things are very closely related, design evaluation. So closed card sorting, in one sentence, literally, the user sort content items into predefined set of categories. So the researchers provide one set of categories, let's say the categories in the navigation menu, and they ask the users to place content items in there, which can be, for example, the various web pages. It mainly helps in evaluating or redesigning information architectures. Sorry about the voice, it's from yesterday. So the research motivation, a key question for any HCI method actually is how many, it's the first question any student asks also. How many participants do I need? I need to do a study. How many participants do I need? Of course, he or she means that do I need 4 reliable and cost-effective results? Obviously, the easy answer is get as many as you can. Okay, but we mean in a cost-effective way. We know the answer for open card sorting. Actually, there's one work also from us there. It's 10 to 30 participants. Okay, so this is the answer for open card sorting. For closed card sorting, we don't know. To the best of my knowledge, there is no study that has has investigated so far. So the goal is exactly this, to identify the minimum number of participants needed to obtain reliable results for closed card sorting. So our study context is content from a well-known Greek e-commerce website. We involved 191 participants, mostly students. You can expect the mean age there. It's heavily gender skewed due to our type of departments, computer science department. So we mostly have male participants. Categories and cards, we followed the literature to select some of the cards from the website. It was from the technology-oriented section. 7 categories, you can see some representative names there, and 45 cards. So it's actually an existing website we took some of its information architecture, and we wanted to we didn't want to evaluate whether it's usable or not, but to see if we reach the same results with different number of participants. It was a remote and asynchronous online card sorting. Does this have pointer? Okay. It's a bit hard to hit. We also used Google Forms to gather some demographics. So it's actually a resampling study. So we have a huge sample, and we take random sub-samples of different size. We took for every possible size, meaning from 1, 2, 3, till we reach 191, which is the ground truth for us, the whole population, for this study. And we took 100 random samples for each sample size to have more representative and more confidence in the results. You can imagine that we didn't do this by hand. We wrote some script to do it in Python. And we did two types of analysis. One is on the raw data, actually, what's called a distance matrix, which is actually a matrix that shows how often the cards were placed together. So it's a cards by cards matrix with the co-occurrence on the cell. And the second analysis takes also into account the categories, which means that whether the cards were placed in the same category too. They could be placed together, but on different categories by different participants. So this is, let's say, a more strict analysis, but we are more interested in this, actually. So I move to the results. For the first analysis, you can see here a graph that shows all the possible sample sizes, some of them here actually, but all the possible sample sizes, and we can see a figure that shows how much each possible sample size is correlated to the whole sample size, from the results from the whole sample size. The confidence interval represents the fact that we have 100 sample sizes for this sample. We took from the literature some guidelines that, 0.9 correlation is enough actually for most HCI methods. You can see here, obviously, that there is a plateau between 10 and 50 users. We used a Mantel-R correlation because it fits some assumptions for distance matrices. We didn't take only Spearman correlation. And here the suggestion based on the data is 7 users. 7 users. So you can see that there is here on the red window that about there you start to lose the gains for adding more persons. So somewhere between 7 and 10, let's say, users should be the answer for this analysis at least. The second analysis, which again I say is more strict because it also takes into account whether they are placed in the same category. You can see here that it's lower, and again, following the same methodology, we took some other score which is better for comparing clusterings, the SIM score. There's actually a Python toolkit for this. And here we can see that the number moves up a bit from 12 to 29, to 21, sorry. Okay, I already explained this, why it's here we can see both of them. We expected that the Mantel-R correlations will be higher, will be moved with a steeper curve. But we also need to take both into account. So our final suggestion, based on the fact that there's also in the literature that for each 5 users you add, this is a waste of resources if you only move up 0.0, 0.3. So the final suggestion is that 8 to 12 participants are enough to reliably collect data for a closed card sorting exercise, and comparing it to the open card sorting variant, yes, there are more people required there, but it's because it's a more open task. There, people create their names, they create their own categories, they label their categories. This is a more closed problem. So we expected that it would be lower, but we didn't know how low it would be. So it also makes sense that it's lower. Limitations, or did I jump one? No, I didn't. Limitation, obviously, we had gender skewed samples, so we need to rebalance or do some other studies with more balanced sample size. We only used one tool. The tool, we know it affects results, and the context, we also had one domain, the e-commerce. The results might be different for other domains. We also didn't look at qualitative data, although in closed card sorting, they are not that important, at least not that important as in open card sorting. And the future work, investigate the effect of gender, domain, and content complexity on sample size, and extend the research to other methods such as hybrid card sorting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the insightful presentation. So first of all, this might be a bit of a silly question because I'm by no means a data or statistics.
There are no silly questions, don't worry.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, when you say you tested, for example, sample sizes of 5 people, that is for how accurate they were against the whole group, right? So when you're testing smaller sample sizes, you also have the inherent risk of kind of falling on the bad examples. So how do you, because some 5-person groups will be more accurate than other 5-person groups. So how do you compensate for that? How do you know that the 5 or 10 or however many representatives are actually representative of the whole group? Do you just take the worst case scenario, or how does it work?
Thank you for the question. This is exactly why we didn't took only 5, one sample of 5, but 100 of 5. So, yep. So you took, that's why you also have a confidence interval in each of these points, because otherwise you would have one single point. So this is 100 samples of these samples. It's difficult to say them, sub-sample size. Okay. We could take more, of course, 1,000, but it will run a bit.
Thank you, Christos. I know you're an expert in this field, but I just wonder what is the new thing that we get from this, because we already had an average, roughly on this level. Is it the specific topic of this card sorting, the domain? Is it some, what is the new finding of this compared to what we already knew in this field about on this topic? And the second question is just, I'm curious, these days we use more and more AI for card sorting exercises, and they seem to be pretty good. Have you experimented with that, get an aggregation of 5 to 10 models to solve the problem, and then similar to what we do with users, but using AI agents?
So regarding the first question, we knew the answer to the open card sorting, which is on a similar domain, it's 15 to 20 users, because it goes again on an e-commerce website. but we didn't know the answer at all for the closed card. So we could expect it would be lower, but we didn't know exactly how many. So this is the first study that does so. Regarding the second question, so it's how can we, if I got it right, how can we automate? So use artificial intelligence instead of users to create content. Okay. Actually, that was part of my PhD thesis, because back in time we didn't have LLM there, but we used latent semantic algorithms and stuff like that. Yeah, it's an interesting suggestion, but I always feel that we cannot rely only on those models. Of course, it's cheaper. We can use it more often, but from time to time, we should always involve the user. That's my stand.
So thank you again. Okay, so we'll be moving forward with the next presentation. It will be presented. First, the name of the presentation is Distinguishing Voluntary and Involuntary Blinks through Eye Openness Metrics by Konstantinos Roubas, Demosthenis Minas, Alberto Calvo Cordoba, and Michalis Xenos, and will be presented by Konstantinos Roubas from the University of Patras.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to present our work on distinguishing voluntary and involuntary blinks through eye openness metrics. This work was made possible with the contribution of Mr. Minas, Mr. Calvo Cordova, and Professor Xenos, of course. My name is Konstantinos Roubas, and I am the lead author of this paper, and we'll walk through together what eye openness is and how we can use it to distinguish voluntary and involuntary blinks and why it is important. So this project is co-funded by the EPIC project, where we aim to improve pilot interfaces and interactions on cockpits. So we came across this problem particularly where a pilot was under a challenging situation where they would be expected to perform multiple actions at once. However, can you imagine managing the whole cockpit with just your only two hands? You could only do so much, obviously. So we tried to use another input, which was through gaze data. But of course, even in gaze data, we have the Midas problem, where when you look at something, you might not necessarily want to use this as an input. So a very natural way that you can interact with your gaze is through blinking. But of course, blinking has the same problem. There are natural ways that you can blink, and you might not want to, and you might want to filter these out. So this is what this research is. This research focuses on solving problems while offering a solution that can be implemented in any instance, granting that there is an eye tracking device to capture the user's eye openness. But what is eye openness, and why did we focus it on so much? Eye openness is a measurement of the millimeters between the two eyelids, and where past research has been focusing on using eye images to determine whether it was a blink or the existence or not of eye tracking data, in the sense that lacking eye tracking data would mean that the eyes are closed. Both of these methods have their own merits, but also their limitations. And what we got from that is a very solid bibliographic support. We know how we categorize them, voluntary and involuntary blinks. And we also get some insights on what a blink is. It's not just when the eyes are closed, but it's the whole movement from the starting relaxing eye position to closing it, to reopen it back again. For the purposes of our study, 44 participants were recruited from the university, 2 of whom participated in the pilot study. Consent was obtained from the participants in accordance to the General Data Protection Regulation, and participants were given the option to withdraw from the experiment at any point. The purpose of the experiment was not explicitly made clear to the participants beforehand, as blinking as a process is a subconscious reflex from the central nervous system and can thus be affected by participant being conscious about it. Instead, the participants were told that they would try out the eye tracker. The participants were then informed about the purpose of the experiment afterwards, and the reason for not disclosing the information was also discussed. We collected eye openness data in a controlled lab condition where each participant would participate in 2 conditions. The first one would involve them performing a simple calibration process on a screen with a black background contrasting with the calibration points to facilitate the detection and accuracy of the movements. In this stage, the involuntary blinks would be measured, since the participants would not know at this point that we are focusing on their blinking patterns. The second condition took place immediately after, where the participants were instructed to perform the same task, but blink each time a new calibration point came onto the screen. The eye tracker was used the Tobii Pro Spectrum with a sampling rate of 300 Hertz, so 30 samples per second. We explained to the participants the calibration process and its use for our experiment, and then proceeded with the calibration. If the calibration was not successful or the data loss was too big, the calibration took place again, even though we didn't really need the calibration data. For the calibration to take place, the subject needed to be sitting around 55 to 75 centimeters away from the screen so that the eye tracker could actually track them. An important decision was whether we should examine whether we could replicate the results from previous studies when it comes to the duration of voluntary blinks and involuntary blinks. And during the experimental phase, it became evident that the participants were voluntarily blinking during the calibration process in the non-blink condition and vice versa. Consequently, we decided to build above the thresholds established in previous studies to distinguish voluntary blinks from involuntary ones. And to validate this decision, we conducted a t-test comparing voluntary blinks and involuntary blinks within the non-blink condition. The results revealed a highly significant difference between the 2 groups, with a t-statistic of 13.84, and this exceptionally large value confirms the validity of the thresholds determined in prior studies, demonstrating that they align well with our dataset and can reliably characterize blinks in our model development. The overall density of blink durations for voluntary and involuntary blinks is depicted in this figure, and in it we observe 2 distinct regions between the 2 blink types. A single widened peak of longer blink durations is observed, which is indicative of the intentional and controlled nature of the voluntary blinks. And in contrast, the distribution of involuntary blinks is characterized by 2 distinct peaks, which are considered to belong to the same group, even after the dataset was updated to incorporate a refined classification based on cluster analysis. These dual peaks are taken to suggest the heterogeneity within the involuntary blink category, potentially reflecting variations in natural blink dynamics. And this complexity in characterizing involuntary blinks is highlighted and calls for future research to determine whether these peaks are caused for physiological factors, experimental conditions, or other influences. Nevertheless, a robust foundation for training models to differentiate between voluntary and involuntary blinks is provided by the refined dataset and updated classification thresholds. Using our data, we created the blink classification model, which represents a trained neural network designed to classify blinks as either involuntary or voluntary, based on features such as blink duration, eye openness signals. The dataset that was preprocessed to ensure data quality by removing missing values and standardizing feature scales. The model is a feed-forward neural network that receives data from eye openness signals. The input data consisted of flattened feature vectors obtained from eye openness measurements over time, specifically the blink duration and the vectors obtained from eye openness measurements. This was done because for the duration of a blink, the eye tracker would record many different eye openness levels or values, and they were then normalized to improve convergence. There were no other features included to preserve the aerodynamics of the blink motion. So we can see in the input layer, the input features, the blink duration, the mean eye openness level for the left eye, for the right eye, the standard deviation for the eye openness of the left eye and the right eye as well. Then a dense layer with 64 units follows with ReLU activation, and then a dropout layer, which is indicated by the faded points. And then another 34 dense layer with another 30% dropout layer. And then finally, the two remaining, the output layer with the two output choices, voluntary blink or involuntary blink. This is the confusion matrix, which showcases the accuracy basically of our model. Whoever is quick at math can understand that we had a 92% accuracy during validation, which marks an improvement upon previous work, because previous work could only reach up to 90%. It's not a competition, but it shows how eye openness as a metric is effective and can be used to great extent to determine blinks, whether they're voluntary or involuntary, or they're blinking itself. Thank you. I will leave you with the Eye of the Devil, a picture that I took in Koufonisia recently. The eye openness of it would be about 13 meters, I think. I don't remember that well. But yeah, thank you for this. This was a very important study for us, so we can continue with creating applications that use
which sectors, I guess.
Yeah, one thing that we're trying to do is create an application that would require the participants to be using both hands to perform a task, but then also be in a high cognitive load situation so they can look at the screen and use their blinks as inputs. We're still figuring out the scenario right now, but we are planning to test this out and see if they have, when they have the option to also use their mouse, if it distracts them from using their hands from the other tasks that they're performing. And also we're planning to compare the model that we created with simply applying the thresholds so that you don't actually need a neural network to work with it.
That's great. Do we have another question?
Follow from the previous question. Good work, I like it. I don't know whether going from 90 to 92% is a big deal, but anyway, we advance this. And I'm just wondering, in a real-time situation, what you expect to define as acceptable success rate? Because I can imagine a scenario when I'm flying a very sophisticated military aircraft and I blink and shoot a missile which kills, I don't know, 1,000 people. And I wouldn't be able to say, sorry, it was just a blink, an involuntary blink. So there is a cost associated to certain actions. So 92% might sound really high, but the rest, 80% might have an associated cost that we cannot afford. So that's the first question. The second one relates to the latency. Now you are training with data, historic data of blinking. Now in real life, you have to classify then. So you need, after the blink has been completed, to process through the neural network, define on the class, and take action. So what is the time you expect to have, and what is the time frame which should be compared to pressing a button? Okay, so have you thought about this? Because this is the next steps, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the questions. I think I can answer them both by saying that, first of all, we're not planning on using this to shoot missiles at anyone. These are obviously supposed to be for more minor tasks. One thing that we are thinking about is confirming that the pilot actually saw a notification, and by blinking towards it, he or she could ignore it. Yeah. So this is a task that doesn't warrant immediate action, so the latency wouldn't be exactly relevant. But there shouldn't be any latency if we use simply the thresholds of 0.4 milliseconds that you need to measure whether the blink was voluntary or involuntary. I don't know for the neural network if it's going to be a higher latency. I assume it would be, but it's still on a testing phase, so we should see about that.
And for elevating the percentage, even by 2%, I think it's huge. I would like to ask if emotion could throw off the accuracy results, because I guess when you're stressed, you blink more often. If you're alert, the eye openness lasts longer, I suppose. Have you taken that into account or plan to do so, even for the minor task you're going to use it for?
That's an interesting point. We haven't considered that, but from what I've seen, there haven't been anyone who determined that when you're stressed, you blink in a higher duration, just in a higher blink count, as I say. So yeah, it's definitely something that we should work on and take into consideration. But yeah, as of right now, this is just it.
Okay, thank you again.
Thank you.
So we will be moving forward with our next presentation titled A Multimodal Approach to User Experience Evaluation, Integration of Physiological, Behavioral, Contextual, and Self-Reported Data with User Sense by Athina Bosta and Spiros Vosinakis from the University of the Aegean.
Hello, everyone. I would like some time to thank you very much, all the presenters and authors I know. I'm taking the time to prepare myself because I prepared all of you and my presentation is not in the laptop. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your cooperation so far and your collaboration. We improvised, adapt, and overcome many challenges. Thank you. We are here. No, don't worry. Give me a moment. So, hello, everyone. My name is Athina Bosta, and today I'll present our work on user sense, a multimodal approach to user experience evaluation. The reflexes. Our research explores how combining physiological, behavioral, and contextual and self-report data and how they can provide a deeper understanding of how users interact with systems. User experience evaluation traditionally depends on what users say about their experience. Don't mind the sounds. However, self-reports alone can miss critical information as they are subjective. Physiological signals, and thank you very much for being the last presentation in this session, because you understand how physiology can translate to many things, about the eye and everything before. Thank you. Physiological signals like heart rate or brain activity reveal responses beyond conscious control. Combining multiple data types helps us capture a more complete picture, we can say. To address this, we developed UserSense, a tool that integrates data from multiple sources into a single timeline. You can see the timeline, the visualization up here. It gives evaluators a holistic view. This is what we came for. The description, holistic view of the user's experience by combining objective signals with subjective reports. UserSense is composed of 4 main components. The mobile app collects self-report and contextual data. You have the questionnaire there. The analysis component processes all signals and extracts UX-related features. And then the visualization app tools displays them, as we saw beforehand, on a single timeline. Finally, a handbook supports evaluators through step-by-step and the analysis and how to guide, let's say. I like to say that. The typical workflow includes 4 stages. First, evaluators prepare device and scenarios to select the type of evaluation, etc. Then participants complete the tasks before the baseline, of course, after the baseline, sorry. And then complete the task while physiological signals and behavioral data are recorded. Next, data are processed, for example, peaks in NDA indicate emotional arousal, while HRV reflects, for example, stress. Finally, results are visualized as an experience chart. We conducted the 2 pilot studies on a real-world setting and 1 in the lab. We also evaluated a collaborative design game. You don't see my video playing, right? I can just play. Great. Oh no, I missed my notes. Now I go to work, thank you. We also evaluated a collaborative design game. We learned that data quality depends on equipment type and usage conditions. For example, certain EEG headsets were more reliable and participant behavior, like they're not that reliable, whatever, like movement or use or hair products. I didn't know that. It was very interesting to know that. You can use hair products when you're evaluating with BCI devices. And it could impact results because such participants had to be excluded for the BCI usage, for example. We also observed that physiological data is most informative when the activity elicits strong emotional responses, such as gaming or VR experiences. Controlling external factors and selecting participants carefully are crucial to reduce noise or ensure reliable data. Because we work with sensitive physiological data, ethical considerations are essential. Participants must give informed consent, data must remain secure and anonymized, and evaluators should understand the emotional models underlying the data they collect. In conclusion, a physiological, behavioral, contextual, and self-report data gives us a richer understanding of user experience. UserSense helps link emotional and cognitive responses directly to, let's say, design elements. Our next steps is to include larger studies and refining the methodology to improve reliability. And that's all for the UserSense. Thank you so much for your attention. This project was supported by the HeriTech initiative under the Horizon program. HeriTech is a European-funded project, and we're part of a toolkit. This is why I stop here for UserSense. Thank you very much. I can take my questions now.
Hello, Christos Katsanos from the Aristotle University. Thank you, Athina. I think your other role made you too much speed. you finished in like
yes,
5 minutes.
Sorry about that.
Okay, so I want to give you a chance to elaborate a bit more on the tool, because I actually didn't understand. The interface of the tool, of the UserSense tool, basically aggregates the data, or it does some types of combinations, new metrics, new visualizations. I didn't get that, to be honest.
Thank you very much for the question. So basically what we did, and this is why I have the FYI screens, is that we have different scenarios per evaluation. So different devices are included, and you have to gather the files. And what you do next is that you have a source code, the analysis component. You run this analysis source code, and then you have another file, let's say, which shows up when you run the visualization app. This is an executable file. Then the timeline shows up as they show you in the video. Did I answer your question? I was too fast again. No, we have selected specific metrics and we have combined many insights of what kind of metrics physiological responses produce, and we did the match. For example, we selected HRV for stress or arousal for attention, or different data, different metrics on the timeline.
So, sorry for taking the time. Thank you, Christos, for your question. May I add a small comment to that? Well, actually, yes, we received the input of the various devices, and then there is an analysis phase. But the analysis is based mostly on libraries that are already existing. So, for example, we analyze EDA signal in terms of attention, or heartbeat variability in terms of stress, or we take the already analyzed data from the EEG, which analyzes them in terms, again, of attention, enjoyment, and so on. So we aggregate all this data in a single timeline so that when you move the timeline, you can see what the user is looking at. Because we are using in external evaluation some headcam, where he's located, because we have also GPS coordinates collected through the mobile device, and how his emotions, as analyzed by the different signals, are fluctuating. So this is not, of course, 100% correct, because there is noise, there are troubles, but we believe that triangulation, looking at multiple signals on the same timeline and trying to understand the context of the interaction, helps us to give us some insights on typical usability issues, or maybe user experience peaks and issues. So this is the idea behind this. Sorry for intervening, but...
Just another comment about that. There's a challenge about deciding which data processes we should select about analyzing the data. It's another field of research, I guess. So it's a great challenge for us to decide which one we collect, we include, and then visualize.
Just a very quick one. I'm not an expert on experimental research, as we do a lot of in situ research, but I know that there's a lot of commercial products out there. All the companies who actually provide the lab equipment and all those other companies, I think they have their own software, which usually is very expensive. So is this going to be open source? Perfect, great.
Thank you very much. It's an open access for starters. There's another challenge here. Not only we don't have the raw data, but sometimes you have to pay to take the raw data and to pay to get the wearables too. So we're bound to many policies there. So we created a tool to be open access to the public.
Thank you very much, Athina. So this concludes this session. We have a short break for coffee, and we will continue afterwards with the next session, which is the second part of this one, also called Design and Evaluation for the User Experience, Part 2. Make sure you scan the code on your program and give us feedback, or you can visit the website and go to the page that has the feedback form and use it from there. And we will be back and continue. So yeah, we will start again at 15 minutes past noon.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I will kindly request every participant for the next session to give me their presentations. Thank you very much. If you can come to the amphitheater.
Yeah. This is, excuse me, a damn fine cup of coffee. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every day, once a day, give yourself a present. Don't plan it, don't wait for it, just let it happen. It could be a new shirt at the men's store, a cat nap in your office chair, or 2 cups of good, hot, black coffee. Like this. A present. Like Christmas. Oh, man, that is the spot. Nothing like a great cup of black coffee.
Ο πρώτος είναι ο Μινάς. Τι τον βλέπεις? Βάλτε. So, we should start the next session, but I don't see the people here. Okay, so we are moving on to session 4, design and evaluation for the user experience number 2. I will be chairing this session. We have full papers only here, so it's 15 minutes for your presentations. And we will start the first one with UX evaluation and best practices for social research data collection tools, the case of iMedius Form Builder, which will be presented by Minas Pergandis. So, Minas, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Minas Pergandis, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Audio and Visual Arts of the Ionian University. Today, I'll be presenting our research titled User Experience Evaluation and Best Practices for Social Research Data Collection Tools, the case of iMedius Form Builder, which was carried out as part of the iMedius Research Project, which is a wider project, which focuses on integrating multidisciplinary media impact assessment instruments. The research was conducted alongside Nikos Vrizas, who is also here with me, and from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Parthis Xylogiannis and Simeon Papadopoulos from the Center of Research and Technology, Hellas of Thessaloniki, Andreas Giannakouloulos from the Ionian University, and Charalambos Dimoulas from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. And it was funded by the Hellenic Foundation for Research and Innovation within the framework of the Greece 2.0 National Recovery and Resilience Plan. The iMedius project explores the intersection between digital analysis and social science. At the heart of the project lies a visionary approach blending advanced digital analysis with a nuanced understanding of social sciences. Our ambition is to forge new pathways in understanding the dynamics of news dissemination and its profound impact on audiences across diverse media landscapes. iMedius is set to revolutionize the way we monitor and analyze the fast-paced world of news, leveraging cutting-edge methodologies, multidisciplinary methodologies. Now, the objective goals of the project involve innovative ways of monitoring for news impact, as well as deciphering the emotional and behavioral effects of the news. Our first objective focuses on the development of groundbreaking monitoring processes. By harnessing insights from these processes, we seek to uncover the intricate patterns of news spread and interplay between different media platforms. This initiative promises to unveil new understandings on how information travels and evolves in the digital age. iMedius also delves deep into the multifaceted effects of news on individuals, explaining how media narratives shape emotions and behaviors. Through a combination of social science techniques like cognitive surveys and controlled experiments, and some state-of-the-art technology, including attention tracking and emotion recognition, we aim to paint a comprehensive picture of news impact. This dual approach enables us to capture the nuanced ways in which news stories resonate with people, influencing their perceptions and actions. By bridging the gap between digital analytics and social research, iMedius not only seeks to understand the present media ecosystem, but also influence its future, ensuring a more informed and more empathetic global discourse, which is dearly needed. So through the course of the iMedius project, a series of social instruments are implemented and validated with emphasis on monitoring media impact and user reactions. This process involves the practical application of these instruments in real world and the validation and assessment of their performance. The social instruments I'm implementing using tailor-made digital tools, which include technologies related to attention and activity tracking. The tools are evaluated both with regard to functionality and from a user perspective, from a user experience perspective. The iMedius project develops instruments and tools that have a wide variety of applications, but focuses mainly for its pilots and for its feasibility studies on 3 areas of interest, which is disinformation monitoring, hate speech and media impact concerning aggressive or offensive content, and news recommendation and personalization. So the research presented today focuses on these tailor-made digital tools and one specific tool, which is called the iMedius Form Builder. The core objective in the development of the iMedius Form Builder was to develop a tool that enables social scientists to design and implement complex studies without requiring advanced technical knowledge or the collaboration with other more knowledgeable people in the field. The tool allows the creation of highly customizable surveys through a streamlined user interface, while at the same time supporting the easy incorporation of advanced monitoring techniques, such as attention tracking, which is an essential part of modern social research. Compared to general purpose questionnaire tools, the iMedius Form Builder offers a simple and focused experience, specifically tailored for social scientists, and allowing them to make use of advanced features that are not readily available in general purpose tools. The tool implements the survey design process through an intuitive elements panel, which uses a flexible drag and drop interface. This type of functionality is familiar to users as it is a basic staple in many content management systems or content generation platforms. The various elements offered include form elements like input fields or checkboxes that are directly connected to the input of users, as well as layout elements that you can use to customize the look and feel of the survey. The tool also includes an integrated preview mode, which is readily available and helps with the iterative nature of survey design by allowing researchers to seamlessly verify the structure and the flow of the surveys that it's being designed. So as you design, you switch to preview mode, you see what the user would be seeing, and then you switch back and make your iteration, make your corrections and everything. Additionally, the tool provides an easy way for scientists to implement randomization, both in an element level and in a section level. Randomization is an essential feature in survey design, used to minimize order bias and to improve response validity through that. So an integral part of the iMedius Form Builder is its implementation of attention tracking functionality, which involves both mouse tracking and eye movement tracking using the user device's camera. While mouse tracking is pretty straightforward to implement, eye tracking requires an algorithmic approach in order to estimate the gaze location and combine with user interaction data in order to have an accurate representation of where the user is looking. Attention tracking enables the extraction of useful behavioral data, which complement traditional survey responses and offer a potential source of candid data that can reflect the natural engagement with the content and help researchers identify inconsistencies between the self-reported and the candid data or explore cognitive and emotional patterns. Incorporating attention tracking while designing a survey is as easy as clicking a checkbox. It's an integrated part of the system. You decide the element that you need to track the user's attention on and then check the user attention feature, and which makes it very easy for people to implement it, even in small-scale studies, even in everyday studies. So one of the most important aspects of the iMedius Form Builder is the analytics area of its survey, where researchers can review the submissions of the users and explore their interactions. For traditional responses from checkboxes, from closed lists, we have pie graphs and chart graphs and so on, all the standard visualizations we are used to. But in order to display the attention tracking part, we use fixation maps and heat maps. You can also control the heat maps by using two adjustable sliders, a radius slider and a blur slider. And by fine-tuning the slider, you can have an appropriate visualization that corresponds to what you're trying to identify as a result, as a finding from the specific research. So as I mentioned before, one of the main focuses of the digital tool development within the project is providing a good user experience. To ensure this, the user experience evaluation process was specifically tailored to be carried out alongside the development process of the iMedius Form Builder tool. So this process included collected feedback from both HCI experts and from social scientists themselves. The HCI experts provided their feedback through a heuristic evaluation process, which regarded many issues like compliance with best practices, usability, accessibility standards, and so on, while the focus group method provided additional feedback from social scientists regarding their specific needs and establishing operational parameters, the scope of the tool, and how far the implementation can go, or what is prioritized, what features should be implemented first, and so on and so forth. So concerning the heuristic evaluation, a series of 12 heuristics were established on the basis of a streamlined heuristic evaluation process based on Nielsen's work. 3 experts with different backgrounds and different levels of expertise participated. Both the method of heuristic evaluation itself and the number of heuristics and experts were selected to ensure that useful feedback is received while investing a reasonable number of resources. This allows the process to be repeated multiple times throughout the development process alongside the iterative development cycle. During the initial evaluation, the process showed good results with regards to signal-to-noise ratio, application performance, intuitive semiology, and user interface indicators, while identifying some weaknesses in the field of compatibility with devices and adherence to some accessibility standards, help and documentation systems, and a free flow during the most usual tasks. Now, the strong points were a result of the development team's focus on simplicity, on intuitiveness, while the points that need improvement had a lot to do with the desktop-first approach of the tool and the fact that it's still in development, so documentation and help features are forthcoming, will be coming soon. So the second pillar of the evaluation methodology focused on stakeholder feedback and consisted of a focus group interview, which provided insight into the user behavior of social scientists while using the tool to develop their instruments. The focus group involved 6 social researchers of various levels that used the tool actively, and the discussion was guided by a series of questions. In order to make the process more efficient, a teleconference software was used, and there was no requirement for physical presence by the stakeholders. Moreover, the length of the focus group was kept slightly over 1 hour, reinforcing this effectiveness and efficiency aspect of the design. And now, the feedback from the social scientists included a positive response to low interface complexity and the available advanced functionality, while the easy-to-implement use of attention tracking was well received and identified as a comparative advantage of the specific software platform compared to general-purpose tools. Stakeholders expressed some concern regarding the camera use and how it relates to privacy, and suggested many improvements, specifically in terms of implementing collaborative development and also adding other forms of candid data collection, like more advanced activity tracking. An essential part of the presented research contribution is to demonstrate how a cost-efficient and practical user experience evaluation may be integrated into the development process from the start. And this was the case with the iMedius Form Builder tool, which in small-scale projects and in research projects, often user evaluation is left for the ending or is ignored completely. But by keeping it cost-efficient and by keeping it cost-effective and keeping it efficient, we encourage people to use use it from the start of the development, thus gaining early access to information both from experts and from stakeholders. Now, through applying this process to the Immedius Form Builder, a series of general practices to consider when developing software tools for social and media research emerged. The importance of simplicity and a clear user interface was highlighted both by experts and by users. Moreover, the ability to bridge subjective, self-reported data with objective tracking data was underlined as a key requirement for modern social science research. It's an essential part nowadays of how we deal with social research. Finally, there were strong indications that designing research tools functionality on the basis of the specific requirements of social scientists gave them a comparative advantage compared to general purpose tools that can often be confusing, have information overload, or require more technical expertise in order to use. The development of the Immedius Form Builder is currently ongoing, and on the basis of the discussed findings, more additions are made into its functionality, into its features. As suggested by the focus group, a method of tracking user activity on the web is also now included. By using a browser plugin, a person participating in the survey can answer a question through browsing through the internet freely, and the plugin will log their where they went, and the URLs of everything they visit, how long they stayed everywhere, and this will help researchers gain a better look inside the process during which was followed in order to answer the questions. Usability, intuitiveness, and privacy concerns were taken very seriously while developing this additional functionality. Now, as the web tracking feature nears its completion, another iteration of UX evaluation can take place. So this time, the experts will focus on the plugins implementation into the UX flow and its own adherence to standards, while the stakeholders may provide valuable insight into its functionality, how it can be furthered even more, and how you can use it in social research and mold it into a feature that addresses specific needs of social scientists. Overall, efficiently collecting user experience-related feedback both from experts and from users may allow the creation of user-centric, purpose-built research tools that have the potential to support modern research requirements in the general field of social studies. And this was it from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much, Minas, for keeping the time too. Any questions from the audience? Yes.
Thank you, Minas. Very comprehensive and very thorough work that you are presenting, also far-reaching, and that's impressive. And I think it focuses, my impression was it focuses on the means for data acquisition and on the interfaces, the browser interfaces for that.
It focuses on how we can improve data acquisition through and how to make it easier for researchers to do these data acquisition projects on their own without having to rely on experts, like how to implement an easy way for people to implement their own surveys and be able to use data acquisition techniques in those surveys, to integrate them in those surveys without having expert knowledge.
So there's a number of questions, brief questions regarding that. First, are you considering how this data will be processed?
I didn't hear you, sorry.
Are you considering how these data are processed? What types of analysis, statistical analysis or neural or AI? What's your target?
So this is part of a wider project. Today, I focused only on the tool, mainly on the tool and its evaluation. But the general, there are specific social instruments being developed, like questionnaires from social scientists. And then these instruments focus on three areas. One area is disinformation, One area is offensive content and how it propagates through various forms of media. And one area is news recommendations and personalization to the So there are various kinds of questionnaires being created using this tool. And then these questionnaires will be applied and using all the tracking
what about
mechanisms.
the tools that will analyze, that will actually analyze? What about tools that will analyze the data?
So we have a first, the tool itself also has a first visualization implemented to it. And then, of course, the analysis itself will be carried out with different tools, either already existing or maybe some different tools also.
Second question is, how do you distinguish between different areas of interaction, thematic areas?
So
like entertainment or
we're coming from a point of media research, of social research, but then the tool, so the tool itself kind of adapts to the needs of this type of news-related or media outlet-related research. But then again, it is easily adaptable to fit other aspects of gathering user input. So the basic core of having both qualitative data, self-reported data, and quantitative tracking data, I think it's universal to many areas and many fields, scientific fields. So although we're coming from a place of mainly media use and mainly social impact of media use, that doesn't mean that the tool is restricted. It has the capability to also assist in other areas of similar research or research that uses similar instruments.
We have time for one more question. Mr. Avoulis, I think. Here.
Curious to figure out exactly what's the focus of this. Because you say the case of an iMedius form builder. So you build a form, an environment, a tool that social scientists will create a form so they collect data. Mm-hmm. And the topics, as you said, are related to content, disinformation, etc. So far, so good. And it's very interesting the way you make it easy for those people who are not programmers to build their forms. Now, when I'm really confused is, for social scientists, it's not so much of interest to them to interact with the form. It's more to collect the data, process the data, and I think that's the point of the previous question, in order to come to some conclusions related to the specific topics. So content and collection of content is the main focus, not how people interact with the form. So I fail to understand why it seems to be overloaded, this research, with the UX approaches, which is not the main focus. The main focus is social scientists collecting data, doing their research, and not so much studying interaction with the form. So help me understand this.
Yes. So there is a broader picture of the wider iMedius project, which focuses on social scientists and on the digital tools itself. And there is a more narrow aspect, which is the specific tool and how the UX evaluation process was part of the development process. So this presentation sort of is split between the two. I mean, I have to present the framework and the project and the tool's intentions, and then more specifically, the user experience considerations, which are a little bit more, maybe not as grand interest, but is more of the specific focus of this talk. So I understand how it can be a little, I mean, the time is limited and I have to sort of set the stage. So yes, of course, the grander research goal of the project is it has to do with social science, has to do with results, with the analysis of the results of this service being used, pilot service and actual service with real people. So that's the broader concept of the project. But we're not there yet. This is ongoing. The specific presentation had to do with how, in order to get best results, you need tools that will help you, that will facilitate you, and how an important part in creating a tool that facilitates social scientists is
looking at it from a user experience perspective, from the user experience of the person creating the form, adapting a physical social research instrument into a digital questionnaire, and how they can how we can take their considerations and their field-specific knowledge and use it to build a better tool, and use it to implement the features that are important to them, and use it to implement features that are useful in the research. So this part that I was focusing in today's talk was how we can have a cost-effective and efficient method of taking into consideration both expert user experience opinions and stakeholder needs in order to form a better tool, which of course within the framework will go on to actually collect data and actually leads to results concerning these specific areas of research.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We are moving on to the next presentation, which will be done by Marios Konstantinidis, The Real Deal, Designing and Evaluating LLM-Generated Short-Form Educational Videos. Thank you. Great, thank you, Christos, for the introduction. How many of you teach? Great. How many of you use AI for teaching? In any way? It's a bit vague as a question, and there is an intention for that. Great, I see many hands. And I have good news and not so good news for you. The good news is that AI will not replace education. The not so good news is that the way students learn might change. So what I'm going to show today is the real deal. And this is a work done from Science Center of Excellence, University of Cyprus, and Cognitive UX. So let's think about how we consume information today, right? Especially the Generation Z. We have TikTok, we have Reels, we have Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts. And these, in a sense, are kind of quick, visual, engaging bursts of interaction, right? But more importantly, this phone here, this new generation prefers this way of learning. And now compare that to education. What do we often do as educators? We rely on kind of 45 minutes, 1 hour lectures. But what if we think of alternative ways of engaging this kind of generation? And that's exactly what I'm going to show you today. What if learning could feel like scrolling reels while staying accurate in facts, useful, and being trustworthy? So our work builds on 2 different strands of literature. On one side, we have the short form videos, which are engaging and easy to consume, but they've mostly been explored for entertainment, right? So you go on Instagram, TikTok, and you just consume entertainment content. And on the other side, we have the generative AI area that is quite super powerful for content creation, but we don't really fully trust it yet. And our contribution lies exactly in the intersection of these 2 areas. So what I'll show you is a system that we developed that generates short reels from long lecture videos, while we're trying to preserve the instructor's original material. And second, we tested this tool that we developed to see how effective these AI-generated reels are compared to traditional long-form lectures. But here I want to stress that our goal is not to replace the traditional lecture. Our goal is to augment it and try to provide alternative and complementary ways of how students consume content. So here's the Reels ED. And
the core part of the system, we have a sort of automated generation pipeline where the instructor can upload a lecture video, and then the system will extract from the transcript the key moments using a prompt that we developed. And we rely on GPT-4 to identify these key moments in the video. And then the system will generate a sort of summary, trims the video, and assemble it in a sort of concise 60 to 90 seconds form. And the result, in a sense, is a kind of structured micro-learning clip, which is based on the instructor own material. And in our experiments, we used 4 lecture videos, which are typically produced 30 to 60 seconds reels. And we used programming subjects like Python, C, and Java, and machine learning as well. And we relied on these kind of introductory courses because from the literature, programming is kind of widely used in micro-learning studies to enable meaningful comparisons of cognitive workload and engagement across different backgrounds. To design the system, we relied on 3 principles. First, we went back to the cognitive load theory, and one of the ideas was to break the long lectures into smaller chunks so learners can process information more efficiently. The second is the idea of microlearning, and here by making a shorter bite-sized, in a sense, content, it will make it easier to access, retain, and revisit for future references. And the final aspect was about trust. Since we rely on AI-generated content, we want to keep the process transparent, but also keep the instructor's material, in a sense, in its original form without having the model to hallucinate. So, does this thing work? So we ran a user study with 62 students in the University of Cyprus. We had a bit of distribution across male and female. And what we did, these students came from different backgrounds, mainly computer science, data science, engineering, mathematics, and social sciences. And we randomly assigned them into 2 groups, the one that had the long form videos and the other that were about the short form videos. And both groups saw exactly the same programming and machine learning content, but the difference was that the format. So we wanted to understand whether this format that we developed was effective. And the whole study lasted about 20 to 25 minutes. The students in their group watched their assigned video and completed a quiz and then filled different questionnaires that I will show in a minute. So we relied on these 4 dimensions. So we had 4 measures. One was about the user experience through the EQ questionnaire to understand how enjoyable, clear, and usable each format was perceived. The second was the learning effectiveness when we had the quiz. So we measured quantitatively the completion time, how many times students revisited each video. We also had the perceived efficacy of the system by measuring the confidence, focus, and satisfaction through different questions. And finally, the ones who used AI-generated content, we also asked them, we adapted a widely known questionnaire on trust in AI to understand what were their beliefs about whether the system was reliable, accurate, and fair in a sense. So here's some of the results. Just to give you the gist, 14% the students who used the Reels system scored 14% higher on quizzes compared to those watching the longer videos. And they also finished the quiz about 2 minutes faster. But if we look at the plot in the very end, in your right, more importantly, it was not just about watching the content. The number of visits it was another factor that played an important role. So in a sense, learners were just watching more content, but they were actually learning in a sense better. Here's some of additional results on the different measures. Beyond the scores that I just mentioned, learners in the real condition reported that they felt more competent, but also more skilled and more satisfied. They also said that the short clips made it easier to focus, easier to retain key points, and easier to explain the topics to others. But here I'd like to be upfront that although we didn't find statistically significant differences for cognitive load reduction, the numbers were lower in the group of the LLM. So it was a kind of marginally significant difference. And especially for the trust, which is critical, as we all know, when we produce AI-generated content, the good news is that the learners rated the system as trustworthy, reliable, and accurate. But of course, we observed some concerns about harmful intent or expressed some moderate skepticism that we might need to keep working on transparency and explainability in AI-generated content. In addition to quantitative, we also asked students follow-up questions where we analyzed thematically. And here are some quotes from our participants. One mentioned that each reel did only a specific task and I could understand it better before watching the next one. Another student mentioned that these short videos made the information are more memorable and easier to understand. So in a sense, you can think now how one can use this kind of tool. Imagine that you have an introductory 101 to machine learning. You can squeeze the main elements, and before going to the lecture, you can give students a short clip to watch before delivering the 1-hour lecture. Now, implications for HCI. I want to leave you with 3 things. Number 1, it's about agency. AI should empower students and should empower more broadly the way we educate students, but not replace the educators. And in this system, the Reels ED, students valued being able to jump between short clips and in a sense gave them a sense of control, which I believe is an important aspect when designing with AI-generated content. The second is about transparency in the process. So the idea here is that trust doesn't come just from having a system that is accurate or performs well. Students wanted to know how the AI chose or summarized the content, and this came up also during the feedback that we received after they interacted with the system. So here is a broader aspect of designing for explainability, which is a kind of current issue in the HCI literature, not only technical, but we also need to involve all these different stakeholders and try to make our systems explainable. And finally, the third point is the idea of microlearning and cognitive load that could potentially, through this idea, could potentially ease the cognitive load of that students might experience. And in a sense, the short form videos that were AI generated created a sort of short and modular content that helped students to focus and navigate the lecture material in a more easy way. And again, although we didn't find strong statistical differences in the cognitive load, we observed lower numbers in the group that used the AI-generated content, which might suggest some potential benefit, but of course, future studies should further explore that. So the lesson here is that we should not design AI just for accuracy and speed, but we should also design it for agency, transparency, and trust. And to conclude the talk, these AI-generated reels are not just shorter forms of learning. They can actually be used in a more engaging, more fun, and more effective way that we can engage students in our lectures. But it's important to stress that these tools are meant to complement instead of replace the teachers. And there is a broader discussion going on whether AI is going to take our jobs or how our jobs are going to look like. I had some discussions earlier. And in a sense, this tool can work before, as I mentioned, before a lecture to introduce key ideas, or after a lecture to help learners to revisit and reinforce the material that they have been taught. So the goal here is to augment the teaching process, but not to automate or replace it. And with that, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Marian, keeping the time. Any questions? Was many. Let's start from our keynote.
Thanks so much for the great presentation. I really love the project. I think it's really fascinating idea to cater to our students' needs by rethinking how we can also reshape our learning materials. And I was really impressed to see that the learning performance was so good for the short videos. And maybe because you know the long format videos and the short videos better than us, could you speculate a bit about whether still things might get lost and what these things could be? So if I know these tools are meant to augment other forms of learning, but sometimes our students don't use things we prepare for them in the way we intend to. So if students would only rely on these short form videos, what do you think would get lost maybe?
I totally agree with your question. So just let me step back a bit, just mentioning the caveats of this study. So we tested it only on mostly STEM, in a sense, students, computer science, mathematics, and like engineering. And this could have had an effect on the way why they scored better. So I think one speculation could be it's different if you have 1 hour philosophy lecture where you have more points, or compared to if you show the key moments, for example, how Dijkstra algorithm works or a certain topic in databases, and then the students will pick, because these will be the main beats, right? Whereas I suppose future studies could, in a way, explore differences between subjects, and then maybe we get closer to the point where what are the things that can be missed.
So there was also a question from Spiros.
Okay, it's going to be a very short one because I know there's plenty of people also wanting to ask questions. So, Marius, thank you very much. This is excellent work, and I'd love to test it one day in class. I mean, I'm really curious about that. But I have just one question. I think maybe I missed that. In the beginning, you said that the students were from quite different backgrounds. I think you mentioned also social science or something like that.
There were a few in the social sciences.
Okay, so my short question is this: whether you noticed any differences between the various backgrounds, because some are probably closer to the actual teaching material, and some others may not be so related to that. So whether you notice any differences in the results this way?
No, we didn't do any subgroup analysis, but I guess with also the numbers in a between subject study where you have 31 in each group, I think it would be extremely difficult to break it down. The numbers won't work, but I would expect that there would be differences. But I cannot say like in conclusive way. That's why we haven't done it. The statistical power wouldn't be there, but 100% I assume there would be. And linking back to the other question, I would expect other subjects like philosophy or more literature kind of things to see differences between, because it's also in the way they perhaps there be also cognitive and neurodiverse different types of learning might be engaged as well there. Yes.
Yeah, I have a question. Maria, congratulations. Very, very interesting. It brings up quite a few things which relate to wider concerns we have as teachers. Now, as you know, the attention span is getting smaller and smaller, and it's hard to get and even in this conference, I mean, very often you see people looking at their mobile phones because the attention span is getting shorter. And so even the format of this one, 15 minutes, is perhaps too long. And should we adapt, or should we accommodate so that we maintain the formats we used to have in the old days? Now, I have some questions and some concerns. One question is to understand clearly, you put an emphasis on LLM, which I think is just a tool for creating the new form, and the form factor was the main thing here, that instead of having longer presentations, you highlight it and process into smaller reels the content. If I understood correctly, the content remained the same, but perhaps it was more emphasis put in some points, and then the segmentation of the overall material. So the overall length of the segmented of the Reels version, was it exactly the same length as the original content, the original material? That's just to understand better what you've done. And then my question, if I want to complete, and then you do. Now, how do we measure learning effect? As we all know, I don't know if you're familiar with Bloom's taxonomy or other methods of designing the depth of learning, how we can use, apply knowledge, or just stay at the level of just facts, factual knowledge. I remember this fact, this data. Now, there are various levels of learning. And I'm just curious to know, I mean, how did you measure this? Because it's one thing to remember, I don't know, the syntax of a command in C or Java, and another thing to be able to apply all this and use it in a project or in such situation, which means a deeper understanding of the notions. So do we have any evidence that this last aspect of learning is improving through this process? Because I just have a problem, I'm old-fashioned, but these short videos are just to impress, not to go deeper into meaning making.
Great questions. And I'll start with answering the second question. We could do an experiment. We can all use this tool in our classes for a year, and then we could measure the longer term effect. So what we're trying here, I very much agree with your point that this could be, it was just as part of an experiment where we cannot say in a conclusive way that it improved the deeper learning, or we just used some ways or some ways that are typical in evaluating the students to actually see whether they understand the concepts that have been presented. But I believe we need longer term studies that we can actually test whether this short form video actually did improve the way students not only remember things, but actually grasp the meaning or basically what the content is trying to convey. That's for the second question. And for the first one, whether the emphasis is on the LLM or the form factor, again, I agree that the difference here in the conditions is we have a long form and the short form, and the AI played the role of the mediating device, let's say, in creating that short form. One could have easily sit down, identify the things, and then we put it together in Photoshop or in any other video editing tool. But it's important because now we live in a different era, and the way our work is being done might need to change in the future. So we need to be able to adapt. So, and then that's why what we're doing here, we tested this capability because we had to do a lot of prompting, how this prompting would look like. We also disclose in the paper the prompts, and everything is on GitHub. So for those who want to replicate this work. And actually, does it hallucinate how close is to the original content of the material? Let's say I'm doing data science, and all of a sudden I'm just hallucinated and created irrelevant facts. How can I sort of ensure that is correct? So yeah, it's a first step, I would say, in this process. But one final remark, I would say, I think AI is here, is going to stay, and we might need to rethink how we do, even in education or in any other context, how it's applied. Any other questions?
No, we don't have time for other. Okay, thank you very much. So the next talk is by me. So I will also be the chair of myself. Yeah, I will try to not be too strict too much with me. Okay, thank you very much, Athena. So, can we move this a bit out of the green thing? Shall I move it? Wait, I will move. Okay, so this is a work with my PhD student, Georgios Melsourgos. It's called, I will not read all this. It's actually the Greek adaptation of a well-known instrument, the user experience questionnaire in Greek. Okay, and its short version, which is some 4 questions. Okay, so you all know what UX is. I will buy some time. The Hazen-Chalsky model for UX, pragmatic quality, I will need these terms the following, and hedonic quality. The first is more goal-oriented, the other is on hedonic aspects. Questionnaires are a very popular way to measure UX. There is a recent study that says that about half, 42 out of 96 UX evaluation methods surveyed there involved some type of questionnaire. There are many examples. I just mentioned some of them here. The well-known Attractive2, the UX, the SuperQ, etc. So our motivation is pretty obvious, I think, from the title. UX, user experience questionnaire, is a very popular UX instrument. Currently, it's in 37 languages, including Greek, on the actual online website, but the Greek translation is actually only that. It's a translation. It was done in the context of an MSc thesis, if I remember correctly, from the Hellenic Open University, which doesn't report anything. It says that we use this. This is the Greek version, but doesn't report anything about reliability, validity, and stuff like that that we need to be sure that there is a cross-cultural adaptation of the tool and not just translation. So I can imagine that I think Zacharias is if I can see it, the translator there. He did for his MSc thesis. He had a Greek population and wanted to use a Greek version of the tool. So this is actually on a bigger theme. We are doing this work who have done already this work for other questionnaires, for example, for SUS, for UMUX, and for PSSQ, to support the Greek community, the practitioners and academics, to have validated instruments for self-reported constructs that we typically use in HCI. So the UX, you can see it on the right. This is the original version in English. It's 26 bipolar adjective pairs. For example, I will read the first one: annoying on the one side, enjoyable on the other side. 7 points scale where the participant answers. Some differential scale, okay. Half items start with positive adjective on the left. For example, the third one is creative, while others start with a negative. I will use the terms reverse normal because if we start on the negative on the left, the more we agree, the better for the system, and the opposite for the other term. So this is often done in questionnaires. It might create more harm than do good, but this is another discussion. And the scale, the subscales that UX, according to the creators of the instrument, has is attractiveness, 3 scales for pragmatic quality, and 2 scales for hedonic quality. You can see the names there. And the short version is 8 items from the pool of the 26. All the items have normal order, meaning that the negative term is on the left, and the more you agree, the better it is for the system. And it has 2 scales, one for pragmatic quality, another one for hedonic quality, and it also provides a total score. The UX doesn't provide. To get an actual total score, you need to also complete, the participants need to also complete a separate set of questions that asks them to weight these subscales. So to produce a score, it's a bit more complex. Now, the methodology, we followed the forward-back typical translation approach, slightly tweaked, as I say there. You will see why. We involved 2 HCI experts, one both proficient in English, native Greek speakers, one translator, an English major, who is professionally doing this, translating not HCI things, general English things, unfamiliar, obviously, with the questionnaire. And this is the main tweak. We added, because of the era, a large language model, ChatGPT, as a participant in the translation process. The procedure, we got the original UX, 26 items. We did an initial translation, and by we, I mean the 2 HCI experts and the large language model with appropriate prompts. We did a synthesis, again, everyone involved. The LLM was also involved in the synthesis for the forward translation. There were some differences. I will focus on them later on in the terms, in the translations. The next step was a back translation. So the translator, the human translator, took the back translated version and the forward translated, and back translated it to English again. And we all met to reconcile differences again, to see how the back translated terms and which was different compared to the original user experience questionnaire. And after this, we did the psychometric evaluation involving 538 participants, evaluating 2 websites and completing the Greek version, the back translated version of the UX scale. So just to get a glimpse of some differences that were there between the translators, especially focusing on the back translated version versus the original UX. Most adjectives were identical, 88%, or direct synonyms as defined by a dictionary. A few were discussed, you can see 12%, to reconcile differences. There are more in the paper, but just an example, item 281, clear confusing, was forward translated to safes συγκεχημένο. They are back translated to clear vague. And in the end, we discussed and decided we keep the safes, the clear term, the first term as it is, but we used the safes for other term. So this was the kind of differences that were reconciled before creating the version for the psychometric evaluation. Now, you can see also here the bold ones, if you can see them, are the questions from the sort version of the instrument, for the UAE key sort. Now, participants, I already mentioned this, some demographics. They performed 3 tasks in 2 websites. We also monitored task access and time on task to compare the 2 websites. You will see why. These are the tasks they had to do. One was on a ministry website with a more old-fashioned, let's say, hedonic one, and the other one was for the eGov portal with a more modern design, more animations, more pictures, stuff like that. After trying all the tasks with each website, after each session with a website, the participants completed the Greek version of the UX and the Greek version of the SUS, which are already standardized. And at the end of the session, we got a questionnaire on demographics. Now, moving on to the results, we started with a hard one, factor structure. We used exploratory factor analysis with principal axis factoring and pro-max rotation because we don't expect to be unrelated totally, the factors. We ran multiple FAs, 5 factors, constraining the solution to 5 factors, which the original UX. There is one, it's 6 scales, but the attractiveness scale is by itself on its own. So 5 factors for the rest of the questions. We also tried, as you can see, other constraints for the solutions. Based on the script lots analysis, we should use 3 factors. based on the pragmatic hedonic structure, we should use 2 factors, and based on another study that found the same for another language. And we also tried for the attractiveness scale, the 1-factor solution, which is assumed to be unidimensional. Main findings, we found it to have different factor structure than the original. It was mainly affected by item polarity, which means that in most cases, even in the 2-factor solution, the groupings were based on whether the terms were, the item started with a negative or the positive word, rather than the assumed pragmatic hedonic quality structure. This is not new. It has happened in other questionnaires too. Yes. I have some examples here, but I will skip it. The main theme is this. Most of the items with positive term group themselves in 1 factor, the other in another factor. Here you can see the 5-factor solution. We don't even have enough items that load in the 5th factor. So this is strong evidence that we don't even have 5 factors as it was originally suggested in the English, at least, version of the questionnaire. So I have some other things. The 4 factors didn't differ a lot. The 3 factors again the same. I will pass this. And I will move to the attractiveness scale, which even the attractiveness scale did not have a unidimensional structure as it is supported by the original scale. We found again this polarity affecting the grouping of the questions. So again, this raises some concerns about the factor structure. Now, regarding the validity, we did something called, we investigated something called non-groups validity, which in simple terms means that whether the questionnaire can discriminate between a website with lower UX as perceived compared to a website with a system in general with a better UX. That's where we used the objective metrics, task success, time on task. As you can see, in all cases, all differences were significant. The ministry website was significantly worse in all objective metrics and subjective one with the SUS compared to the eGov portal. So this proves that our intuition was correct. The one website was worse in terms of UX and the other one was better. And UXGR could capture these differences. So this shows that it can identify the differences reliably. And one last comment for the validity, convergence and discriminant validity. Here, for the convergence validity, we used SUS. Participants also completed the SUS, which is already a standardized instrument. And we cannot expect that it will not correlate, the hedonic quality will not correlate at all with SUS. We expect the pragmatic quality to correlate a lot. But there is evidence that there is also emotional aspects in SUS captured by SUS too. So we can see here the main findings that yes, the pragmatic quality was more correlated. These are the correlations with SUS, by the way. It was more correlated compared to the hedonic quality aspect of the questionnaire. But some of the factors in there, some of the subscales, which we are not sure that exist for the Greek version there, correlated roughly the same. As you can see, for example, the hedonic quality stimulation has approximately the same correlation with SUS for both websites, which again raises some concerns. Regarding reliability, we investigated internal reliability, Cronbach alpha. All values were in acceptable ranges. You can see here the full analysis. Only 2 values were a bit lower, but it can happen only for one website. It might be related to this specific website and whether it actually, for example, the one dimension is novelty. I don't know how novel the ministry website is. Now, regarding a short version, we found better things here, better result. We had better alignment here. We found indeed that the instrument has the original and assumed factor structure. All items there is no polarity here, of course. It's only normally put items. So we did find the structure that the instrument intends to capture. And we also found that it was valid, non-groups validity was again okay. And convergence and discriminant validity was again okay, as you can see, As you can see in the scales, the pragmatic quality part correlates, correlates a lot more than the hedonic quality part. So to summarize, again, the reliability was okay. To summarize with limitations of huge directions, the perception of pragmatic and hedonic quality are highly dependent on the type of system evaluated. We use 2 websites. Of course, we need to do more studies with different systems. We also need to use confirmatory factor analysis with another study, another data set, and investigate the effect of other things like that we know affects other questionnaires. So thank you very much. I'm here for any question.
Hello. I would like to ask you, I think 2 questions, basically a comment and then a question. Thank you very much. I find it very useful. I use UQ very often, and so many questions are very not so well understood by the participants, and you have to be there and answer them. What SAFES, not satisfactory or whatever, means, which in Greek it's not that good. It's useful, but not that good for participants. That's the comment section. And the answer, the question, sorry, is about
Athena,
how...
so it's also the opposite sometimes. I mean, in English, there is safe, unsafe, secure, unsecure. In Greek, you use one word for both. So
Exactly. Yeah. The question is about how you involved AI on the process, and why you didn't include the translation with the ChatGPT altogether, like a co-translation, if I can say.
Well, let me see if I understood this. We included ChatGPT for co-translation, as you say. It was a peer in the translation process. We also reprompted it during the discussions that we think that there is the one translator said this word. What do you think? Which one would you select, etc. So we involved it even in the discussion of the differences.
Great. And the follow-up question, and if there is another question, please raise your hand. Did you write the prompts, or do you let the team, the HCI experts and the translator create the prompt?
You mean if the prompt was written from people that
translators?
No. It was written from us.
Okay,
from people not involved in the translation. We were like the facilitator, let's say, of the process.
Thank you, Christos. This is a really very, very interesting work and very useful for community. We need validation of the tools we are using. On the other hand, we have to be very, very careful. If we have an established de facto standard in our process, to be very, very careful in modifying it, because that creates an inconsistency, no continuity with reference to previous studies that researchers who use the tools. So you mentioned there that you evaluated an adapted Greek version. So through your study, you created a new version of the one we already have.
No. The adapted refers to the cross-cultural adaptation that it's in Greek.
Yeah, but the Greek version, have you changed the existing? Because we do have an existing version. You modified it.
The existing Greek version.
Yeah. The one which is if you go into the website of this tool, there is a Greek version.
Yeah, this one is from an MSc thesis.
Yeah, the original one. Have you changed that?
Yeah, there are changes.
You have to be very careful if you change.
There are changes compared to the Greek version that is currently on the site.
Yeah, but changing something which is already established for many years and used by many researchers, you have to prove because otherwise you create noise. You have to prove that this is better for some, and it's very hard to define that. And also another question is, we do have UEQ as a tool, the English version, the original version, translated already in about 40 languages, for 37 languages. So it's a very established tool for user experience because it's easy to use. It's very usable, this tool. So we use it every day. I mean, probably most of the people in this audience have used this tool. So if you evaluate it, it's very thorough what you've done, really good. Congratulations. I like the process. We have to consider and figure out whether, if you see some problems with the tool, are they due to the original design of UEQ, the original one in English, which inherently may have like asymmetry between the various sections, etc. Is it due to that? Is it due to the interpretation, due to translation in Greek? And how does this compare to the original Greek language, the version which is already established? So we have to be very careful when we change something which is well established, and to have to bring forward a very strong argument to change it, even slightly, because it creates a discontinuity in the research. And that's very serious. Might be more, if you do a risk-benefit analysis, might be a trivial change which creates this discontinuity. And why should we do it if the effect is not that great? So while I like this research, really, and it's very useful, we have to make sure that this will result in a proposal to this community of a new standard and create version 2. Do we want, are we ready to do that? If we do it, it has to be done on a really good grounds, not just another study, and make clear that this is better for this and that reason from the existing.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. I think there are 2 points there. The first one is why did we do it when there is already one Greek version of the website? This is why we did, because the one online is just a translation, doesn't provide any data for its validation. And we will contact the... Why we didn't take because we didn't know how this questionnaire was created, and we wanted to follow the full process of forward back translation, because otherwise there would be an attack. Let's say the methodology. How do you know? What if we did this and we found that it doesn't even have reliability? We don't know why then, because we didn't control the translation process. As I said, I read the original text. This is an MSc thesis. The student did it because he had a Greek community that he wanted to use it. And he might be thinking that this is the process. We just take the instrument and put it in Greek. Now, it's on the site. It's on the site of the user experience questionnaire, because Martin, the original creator, is feeling rather open on the process and doesn't require standardized instruments. He even writes it in the UX manual that even if you have a first version, put it there. So we will contact him. In fact, he's a colleague from Panagiotis, and we will try to put this validated version there. I forgot the second point. What was the second point? The difference in the structure. Yeah. That's a very good point. There is one more study in another language that I don't remember which one, that also found that the original factor structure is not there. This might confirm that it's an inherited problem, or it might be a coincidence that in both translated, due to the translation problem, because there are words that are not perceived in the same way in the different languages. So it might be an original problem inherited, or it might be a coincidence that both in Greek and Sweden, I don't remember which language, we had the same exact problem. So I can only be sure to say that this is for the Greek version. I cannot safely say that we inherited this problem from the original English version. But it might be the case. If many more translation languages have the same pattern, maybe it's there. I don't think we have time for more questions. So is there anyone other? I will not abuse my second role. So let's move. Thank you very much. Let's move to our next speaker, which is Spiros Vosinakis on interaction design in mobile augmented reality in education, insights from a systematic review. Spiros, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Christos. Okay, so hello again, and once again, let me take the opportunity to thank you all for being here. It's been excellent to have all this community together, and we had very fruitful discussions. And we, on behalf of the organizing committee, are enjoying it, although a bit stressful, but we are really enjoying these fruitful discussions. So let me now go to the main topic, to this study. This study is a result of collaboration between Philippos Georgioglu, Anna Gardelli, Alivisos Sofos, and myself. We all come from the University of the Aegean. There's an interesting story behind this collaboration, but we're from different departments, which allowed us to look at this topic both from the perspective of education and also design and technology. So, to start, mobile augmented reality has grown tremendously in the past decade. And learners now, as you know, they carry smartphones or tablets, maybe tablets not so much, but they carry smartphones everywhere. So mobile augmented reality is accessible and relatively cheap, low cost to deploy compared to specialized headsets, like, for example, mixed reality or VR headsets and so on. But the challenge is not just putting content on the screen. It's how learners actually interact with it. Do they simply tap buttons? Do they rotate 3D models? Or do they move around and manipulate physical objects? Each choice has consequences. So, for example, a 7-year-old primary school pupil might find complex 3D gestures quite confusing, while a university engineering student might actually need those gestures to practice spatial reasoning. Surprisingly, while there are many reviews on AR in education, very few focus on these issues of interaction design. So this is the gap that we wanted to fill. So to do this, we set out 5 research questions. First, what tracking methods and input modalities are most common? Second, how do input types relate to the physical scale of the experiment? And how strongly digital content is tied to the real world? This is the so-called coupling. Third, what kinds of tasks and content delivery strategies are typically supported? Fourth, how do design choices vary across age groups and subject areas? And finally, are there correlations between learners' age and the complexity of input used? So, in simple terms, who interacts, how do they interact, and under what conditions? So, to answer these questions, we conducted a systematic literature review following the PRISMA guidelines. We searched Scopus, and we screened 868 papers. And after applying inclusion and exclusion criteria, you can see the criteria in this image, we ended up with 62 relevant studies published between 2015 and 2025. So we just looked at 10 years studies. Now, each paper was coded along several dimensions. So it was subject domain, it was age group, spatial scope, tracking, input modality, type of task, and so on. So this allowed us to see not just individual findings, but also patterns across the field. And this is the second page of the papers and the coding in the various dimensions. Of course, you can find all the details in our actual paper, and today I hear that it's also published online, all the papers of the conference, so we're really happy about it. So regarding our research questions, when we looked at tracking mechanisms, the picture was clear. Whether we like it or not, most apps still rely on marker-based tracking. Okay, so 43 out of 62 used it. Think of pointing your camera at a printed card and the 3D model of a molecule or a planet pops up. It is reliable, but learners are tied to the marker. Okay, so if it goes out of view, the whole experience collapses. A small number used plane-based tracking. It was only 9 apps where the device, it recognizes a flat surface. It could be a table, for example. So, for example, a history app might place a 3D reconstruction of a monument on your desk. 5 apps used feature-based tracking, which can recognize, it creates a point cloud. It can recognize objects or spaces by their visual features. And 6 were location-based, where digital content appears at specific GPS coordinates, like cultural heritage tours, where a building is augmented with extra information when you pass by it. So even though technology has advanced, marker-based tracking still dominates the educational apps, probably because it's simple, and also it works on all devices. In terms of interaction, besides the typical interaction, of course, of AR is moving the phone around to see the content from different viewpoints. But the modalities that we find besides that are the following. The most popular was 2D touch, which was found in 32 apps. So learners tap buttons, they drag sliders, or enter text with their fingers. And it's simple and familiar, like using any other app. So you don't need any extra knowledge or extra training to do that. 16 apps had 3D spatial input, which allows students or general users to interact directly with 3D elements. They may move, rotate, or scale a 3D object using tap and drag gestures. Probably useful for STEM education, but not always easy for beginners. So we need to clarify this. The difference between 2D touch and 3D spatial input lies on the metaphor used. I mean, in both cases, the students use their fingers. But in the first case, they interact with 2D elements, with GUI elements, while in the second case, they interact with the 3D content that is displayed on the mobile phone's screen. So it's the same input in terms of using my fingers, but it's a different metaphor. It's a different way of thinking about the interaction. Tangible input, we have 11 apps, which means that learners manipulate physical objects. For instance, moving pieces like small cubes, for example, on a table in order to arrange virtual objects and characters on a map. Now, this feels natural, but it can be tiring also, because consider you need to hold your phone or your tablet on one hand and manipulate the elements on the other hand. So this might be a bit tiring. Then 6 apps use marker scanning, where you have to scan different markers to reveal new content, like, for example, scanning flashcards and see models of an animal, of different animals. Locomotion, 6 apps that you need to walk around and your position is captured. And for example, pupils may move in a schoolyard to find and collect augmented clues in some gamified environment. So this is based on locomotion input. And finally, we found also 2 apps with more specific device-based inputs. For example, one of these, you needed to shake the device to trigger some extra animation. So overall, we see a dominance of touch, but we've created alternatives in certain contexts. Regarding user tasks and delivery, most apps are tabletop experiences. So all the experience takes place on a table. Think of students seated or moving a tablet over a desk, which is practical in classrooms, but doesn't fully exploit, of course, AR's potential. A few of them were room size. Imagine, for example, having a large 3D solar system projected appearing inside the classroom. And 9 were wall-sized, typically outdoors, like AR treasure hunts in historical sites. Another important dimension is the coupling, meaning how does the digital content relate to the physical space? So we have weakly coupled apps where the physical world doesn't add much meaning. So the marker or the projection plane are just placeholders. So there's no connection between the virtual content and the physical space. In moderately coupled ones, the marker object gives some semantic clue, like a picture of a skeleton triggering anatomy content. And finally, strongly coupled experience tie content tightly to the real world. For example, an app where students point at a real tree and can see its inner biology. Or like in this picture, a digitally reconstructed building is presented in its former location. So there's a connection between the digital content and the physical space. So we found some clear patterns. Touch is more common in tabletop setups. Locomotion is found, as expected, in wall-sized outdoor apps, and tangible input often goes with strong coupling. Now, regarding variation across age, what do students actually do in those apps? We found 4 main types of tasks. First of all, interface interaction. So they interact with digital elements like menus or buttons to perform some tasks, like solve quizzes or control the content. And this was the most common. Then 3D manipulation. They move, rotate, or scale the content, for example, a heart, a molecule, or a building. Then content insertion. They insert their own content, like, for example, cutting an anatomy model or adding shapes in a geometry exercise. Then media activation, trigger additional media, such as images, videos, or narrations that explain the content. And this is often found in cultural heritage apps. Finally, on top of this, we saw 5 content delivery strategies. So how was the educational content actually delivered? The categories are, first, exploratory visualization, for example, exploring the solar system. Then interactive simulation, like changing parameters in a physics experiment. Then challenge-based learning, like quizzes or step-by-step problem solving. Gamification, like treasure hunts or reward systems. And contextual annotation, like extra layers of information linked to real objects like museum exhibits. So most of the apps, they combined more than one strategies, showing that mobile augmented reality can be both exploratory and instructional. When we look across age groups, only 1 app was for preschool, 19 were for primary school, 10 for secondary, 31 for university, and 4 for adults. And the subjects also varied. The science led the way with 20 apps, then engineering and technology with 15, humanities with 12, medicine with 8 apps, and math with 6. And we again saw some patterns that emerged. In STEM and medicine, tangible and spatial inputs are common because you need to manipulate some complex structures. In primary education, touch and simple marker scanning dominate because they are easy and intuitive. And in cultural heritage or environmental education, location-based AR and annotations are common, which link also to real spaces. We also see a clear connection between learner age and interaction complexity. We noticed that the younger children, they use simple UIs like buttons and quizzes, keeping the cognitive load low. Secondary students had a bit more, like annotations and contextual features. University students engaged with 3D manipulation, multimodal inputs, and tangible setups. And in special education, we have only a few examples, but there was minimal touch interfaces to reduce barriers. This suggests that the input modalities must scale with age and ability rather than being one size fits all. Now, let me summarize some key takeaways. First of all, marker-based tracking is everywhere, but it restricts mobility. Imagine exploring a building reconstruction. It's hard if you have to keep your marker in view. Tangible input, it feels natural, like handling objects, but juggling a device on one hand and a physical object on the other can get uncomfortable in long sessions. Tabletop setups are convenient, but they underuse AR's potential. They turn the tablet into the so-called magnifying glass metaphor. So you look at 3D models around, but it has nothing to do, the model has nothing to do with the actual environment. So this is good, but it doesn't fully connect the digital and the physical worlds. And overall, age, subject, and context shape interaction design. So for example, a chemistry simulation for students has very different demands than a math quiz for young children. Based on these findings, we suggest, first of all, to align the input modality with a learner's abilities and context. So don't give complex 3D manipulation to preschoolers and don't limit engineering students to multiple choice buttons. To address usability and cognitive load, for instance, too many gestures can overwhelm learners, while simple buttons may not be engaging and effective enough. Explore fixed device or hands-free setups. For example, imagine a tablet fixed on a stand so that learners can use both hands for tangible interactions. most important, integrate learning theory, because many apps are technology-driven, but not grounded in pedagogy. So linking interaction choices to constructivism or inquiry-based learning would make them definitely more effective. And finally, evaluate over the long term, because most studies measure short-term engagement, and we need to see how mobile augmented reality influences learning retention weeks or months later. These are directions for both researchers and practitioners. Of course, our review has limitations. We found very few long-term studies, almost no cross-cultural or accessibility analysis, and little systematic work on cognitive load. And these are areas where future work is probably needed. So to conclude, mobile augmented reality has great potential to support learning through interactive visualization and context-based experiences, but interaction design is not neutral. It must be carefully tailored to learners' age, abilities, and educational context. If we address inclusivity, usability, and long-term impact, mobile augmented reality experiences may move beyond the novelty effect and become a mature educational medium. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Spiros, for giving the time. There are questions there. Let's go to Fotis first.
Thank you, Spiros, for this interesting survey. I have two questions, remarks. If I got it correctly, you didn't use any voice interaction?
No.
Because it's very popular now, with apart from the phones, you are using now a lot of the glasses, which are, or the phones. So this is something that you might want to see. I think this is it's becoming very, very popular now. And the other question is about your remark. You said that when you register your position, your pose with markers, then if you lose sight, you're losing the. Are you sure that this is correct? Because SLAM now is used everywhere.
I know. The second one is kind of technical, but let me start with this one. Okay. From my personal experience as a developer, I know that if you lose contact with a marker and you use a fixed tool to develop marker-based scanning, it uses only the accelerometer, so it's very inaccurate and it's not good for a good experience. But we have a solution, for example, which is very easy for everyone to make, that when you start with a marker-based tracking and then you switch, you find the plane which is closer to the marker and you switch to plane-based tracking. However, I tested very carefully the papers that we screened, and they had no such features besides one or two, which I classified to feature-based tracking rather than marker-based tracking. So unfortunately, most of the educational papers, because we restricted our study to just educational papers, they did not have such, they don't seem to have such affordances. But yes, generally you can do it. And regarding your first question, I also agree that voice-based interaction and activation is, of course, very, very easy to do and use. But again, in the studies that we saw in our research, we didn't see much of this type of interface. So this is why I didn't include it here. But I do agree that, at least maybe not in school, in a school environment, because if there are too many children talking concurrently, maybe this won't work that well. But generally, it might be a very good option for interaction. I totally agree.
I want to make a comment. First of all, I would like to really congratulate you for this. I really liked it. It was very thorough, very clearly set objective, and you, to my opinion, you study a really interesting and very often neglected area of technology from research community. And I will refer again to my personal conviction. And I made a reference in today's keynote on the same thing. Heidegger referred to many instruments as disappearing because they become so common and used in many everyday tasks that they're ready at hand, as he says in his work. And the example is, if I'm writing a love letter, the pen or the pencil I'm using is not there. It doesn't exist unless it breaks down and stops writing, because I'm focusing on the task of writing the letter. So many of researchers say that mobile phones are Heideggerian ready at hand. They're extension of our body. So they're everywhere, that we use them everywhere. And it's really great shame, and that's a comment, that if you look in this conference and many others in this field, most of our research effort is put on very sophisticated, very expensive equipment, which costs thousands of euros, and is no time in the foreseeable future going to end up in real schools unless in elite schools. So in education, they have real no use. They're very good. They serve our curiosity. Probably are better, easier to get funding if you use expensive equipment because you're convinced that it's something more advanced. But if we really, as a community, want to make an impact on real users in education and other sectors, we should focus more and more on these devices which are very powerful with a lot of sensors. You know, there are about 50 sensors on this device. And we need to put effort to improve the situation, which, as you described, is not optimal. Perhaps this is because we don't put effort in improving interaction and using this as mobile augmented reality tools, which, to my understanding, they have a role to play, and it's very important. And I really encourage younger people who work in this field to look more carefully in this. Probably it doesn't sound as sexy as buying a very expensive, I don't know, Oculus or other equipment, but probably will have much more impact in real life. Thank you, but congratulations for your work.
Thank you very much, Nikos. I wouldn't agree more, really, because, you know, as a developer, I love developing for HoloLens, I love developing for Oculus and so on, but this is actually AR for the masses, okay, because everybody has it, and we can deploy large experiments in cities, like visitors of a city, of monuments, of cultural heritage spaces, in schools, and there's lots of work being done, actually, in augmented reality, but we haven't yet made a good analysis of what's possible there and what are the options and what are the interfaces that you can use. And so I tried also we tried as a team, we tried also to map all these different affordances that you can have with AI, different ways of interacting with the content, so that future developments, they also have a tool set to use all these options and maybe come to more creative solutions. So I totally agree. I would like also to ask fellow colleagues to give a second chance to mobile AR, just because it's there and we all have it. So it's good to deploy it on a larger scale.
Thank you very much, Spiros. We are running out of time for the lunch, so let's move to our final paper, full paper, a longitudinal evaluation of heart rate efficiency for amateur runners. It's from Marios Kostadinidis again. Well, I know everyone wants to have lunch, but you have to bear with me another 15 minutes. I don't have a question, I have a disclaimer. I'm not a runner. I only use Apple Watch. And I'm gonna talk about the study we did at Science with Evgeny, myself, and Fodis. Evgeny is a runner though, the first author, where we evaluated heart rate efficiency for amateur runners. So that's for those who run, that's a kind of typical familiar picture. So runners tend to track everything: pace, heart rate, sleep, recovery. But there is one problem. These numbers that most wearables show are often confusing, inconsistent, and sometimes hard to connect to real progress. So we're asking a question: what if we had one simple, transparent metric that actually makes sense over time? And in the literature of running, heart rate and pace are two most common metrics that are usually interpreted in isolation. I see some nodding from some potential runners. So, but both are highly volatile and they change with stress, caffeine, weather, or the terrain. And taken alone, they don't really tell anything to runners, and they don't tell the whole story of real progress. And more worryingly, there are so many commercial platforms out there. You can see some quite popular wearables, Garmin and Polar, the likes. And these wearables try to simplify things with black box scores. So they just produce one score. They tell you that's your heart rate variability, that's your heart rate or pace. Or others provide metrics like training readiness or body battery. I'm sure you've seen different of these kind of metrics, but they rarely explain how these metrics are calculated. Most of the times are behind proprietary algorithms and black box scores. And this makes it really hard to trust and even harder to learn what these metrics mean. And that's what we did. We tried to revisit a very simple idea. And this is a metric called heart rate efficiency. And as you can see from the equation there, is just the product of heart rate, pace, and basically it tells you is the number of heartbeats you spend to cover 1 kilometer. And it combines both of these metrics that are often taken in isolation. And it's easy to calculate, easy to explain, and in a sense, we speculate that this could be a better metric for runners. But of course, now you might ask, why not focus only on heart rate and pace and not other metrics like heart rate variability or VO2 max? And there is plenty of these metrics in the literature. And here's a couple of reasons. So we chose heart rate and pace because they're simple, available on any wearable, they're easy to interpret. But metrics like heart rate variability are more about stress than the running process itself. While the VO2 max or lactate threshold require lab tests. But of course, proprietary scores, all these proprietary scores are kind of black box. And another reason is that the HR gives us a transparent and more practical metric for everyday runners. Now, going back to where I started, that the first author was a runner for many years. We started from his own data. So Evgeny kept track of 14 years of running, more than 4,000 runs, where he kept logs of heart rate, pace, distance, elevation. He ran different types of events from marathon to triathlon. Cannot even do that stuff. But also that's the first author. But also we went one step further to collect more data set to see if we can observe some of these patterns. Then we augmented this data set with another set of 12 runners where we get the anonymized logs of these people from a community called Running Ahead. So all this information is publicly available. And we had a third data set where we looked at marathon case studies, where we had 16 events for recreational and semi-pro running that were collected from Strava, from the marathon in Cyprus, in Larnaca. One thing I want to stress here, working with this kind of data, one might wonder there is all sorts of ethical concerns. So all these kind of data that we curated in our database, everything was publicly available, all the individuals were connected, consented, but also all the data were anonymized using pseudo-anonymized URLs and IDs without pinpointing back to the users. To analyze this data, I think here there is a little video, if I can play a bit. There is this tool that was developed by Evgeny, and then basically is trying to bring back to the running community a tool that anyone can load their data from any wearable, can plug it in this tool, and then they can understand these metrics that we're discussing today, the HRE. And basically here, as you can see, it's a free client application that runs browser. And in a sense, we have these three lines. I don't know the colors there, if they're visible. At the bottom is the blue, the top there is a red line, and in the middle is the green line. The blue line shows the pace, the red line shows the heart rate, and the green line shows the HRE. And what you can see from here is a sort of more stable over time, the green line. Move on. Now, a bit of the results. So first, we started from the data set of one athlete, which is also the first author of the paper. And here you can see improvements with structured training, a peak around 2016, the plot with the label F, it's in the middle row, second one, when the runner qualified for the Boston Marathon. And then we can see a gradual decline later with reduced mileage and age. And what we wanted to convey with this plot is that this metric, in a sense, shows a more stable and long-term signal of the aerobic fitness of the athlete. And then we're asking, can we observe the same patterns? Can this metric tell us anything to distinguish, for example, between different types of runners? So when we aggregate the data and then we try to look at the 12 other runners, some patterns started to emerge. For example, here, these athletes, F and G that we call them, show consistently lower and more stable HRE, as you can eyeball the line. Whereas others like B and D, we can see some seasonal fluctuations or higher HRE values that maybe reflect less mature training. And what I want to convey here is that this metric, the HRE, can differentiate between different fitness levels. So we can see there's another way, instead of having these other two metrics, heart rate or pace, we can use this metric to distinguish between well-fitted or poor-fitted runners. And the third question that we're asking was like whether what's going on in marathons, which might require a different type of training. And here's the data that we plotted from the Larnagas International Marathon in 2017-18. And again, here we can distinguish between the two, poorly fitted and well-fitted. So in the poorly fitted case, the heart rate, the HRE decreases after the 30 kilometers, whereas in the well-fitted, it maintains a more stable, low, in a sense, HRE throughout the finishing line. And this gives a more interpretable way, in a sense, of what performance means for runners. Now, what does it mean for us? I want to give you, again, three ideas. The first one is that most of these technologies that we designed to help users, especially if they go reach the market, they prioritize we need to be prioritizing transparency instead of having these black box scores that might mean nothing in the end for the users, like what is the process of how we calculate these metrics and what they actually mean. So the idea here is that if users can't see how a metric is calculated, how can they trust it or how can they learn from it? The second idea is to rethink the long-term reflection. Most of these apps, even myself, I'm using the Apple Watch, and some of these apps already give you distance or pace over time, but they rarely show you how efficient you are as a runner. They just give you metrics, but not how efficient you are. So we argue that we need tools to help people reflect not just how far or how fast they went, but on the quality of their progress. And finally, instead of prescribing, let's say, training plans, you should take these steps a day, or you should do this kind of training. I think this kind of system should empower users. And the goal here is to give more interpretable feedback that supports agency so that runners can make more informed choices rather than becoming dependent on these metrics and these very technologies that we, as computer scientists, develop. So
what we did in this paper, we wanted to revisit this simple idea of heart rate efficiency and to show that even a simple and transparent metric can help us understand the aerobic fitness of runners. And but broadly for the HCI community is a kind of reminder that sometimes the most empowering design is not just adding more complexity, but making the data more explainable and more meaningful. Thank you.
Special thanks, Marius, for keeping it shorter than it should be. Let's have two questions, I will say, because it's lunchtime. So let's give.
Okay, thank you, Marius, for the work you did. Now, one question as a runner myself. Okay, I do, and this is from running actually activity.
Did you use any of these apps that I showed?
Sorry?
No, there is
Okay.
no accusation.
Okay, I understand all this research about fatigue and the fitness level, okay, from heart rates and all the metrics. This is one thing, but I was wondering whether you're thinking it perhaps in the future, because fatigue and the matter of how fast you run, whether it is road or mountain, etc., at least 50 or 60% also depends on what you eat during the run and what you drink. So fatigue, if you don't drink enough water during, for example, a marathon, you will get more fatigue. So this is one level of metric that you show the effect, but the source can be the training level, but also what you actually did drink at the moment of the running episode. So this is to be honest, I would think that we would have a more multimodal with other sensors of hydration, etc., so that you can have more accurate results.
100%. I think the way to capture the real progress or efficiency, if you like, depends on a variety of factors. As you rightly mentioned, it could be part of the diet or the terrain, the caffeine, or any other factor that we can think of. But when we started doing this work, one thing that was sort of challenging was like to gather data. Without having this data plus all these other data that you rightly mentioned, nobody could do such analysis. So the main purpose and the goal, what we're trying here is just that there is we want to convey that there are alternative metrics that are simpler. We can use this in the availability of course of data, augment these data sets. So this could be used as an initial data set. If you as runners, if you have any other communities that we can collect data, I would love to discuss that offline, of course, or you can contribute your data and we can build on top of this to see if there are any other longer term effects. Of course, there is a bit of bias here. We just only tested runners running in Cyprus, so we don't know what happens in other areas or but yeah, short answer, yes, it depends on the data, and then you can, if you have the data, you can do this kind of analysis.
Okay, and one last question. I see one hand from Athena.
Hello again. Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is about the sampling, the runners themselves. You showed us the numbers, but I know from my experience that the gender, their demographics in general are a crucial role. We saw so many beautiful graphs, but I didn't see separating, gender discrimination, but you know what I mean, differentiation on the graphs, because there are different results depending on the age, the health, the overall health and well-being of a runner, and also their physiology in general. So which challenges did you face during your research, and how did you separate the runners themselves to achieve have results?
Honest answer, many. When we started the project, we only had the data set from one individual, and then we were like, where are we going to get data? Age.
anonymity, all the ethical problems, get consent. So even we as a community to do this kind of analysis, we need data. So we could see it as an invitation to keep these kind of databases as a live document to pour data in. So I agree with you. We didn't test for age or if I'm right in the paper, you can read the paper. We do have the demographics of all the runners, but with this sort of small sample of individuals, we should not be able to reach any meaningful conclusion. It's more just to show descriptively what you can do with such a metric and raise awareness, if you like, that there is alternatives that are more explainable and more transparent to the runners.
No, sorry. As a follow-up question about the food and fatigue and everything, it's part of a journaling. And as I'm running myself, I totally understand. I opened my app during your presentation. It's like, what data do I have already? And I wanted to question you something like, as a runner, I take medication during my period, so sometimes I have to journal on my stamp. So maybe just brainstorming here that I would like to input that because medication does impact my performance.
That sounds like a great point for collaboration.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you very much, Marius, and all the questions. Remember, I close myself. Remember to participate in the questionnaire for the evaluation of the conference. What we can do better. Do you need to do any housekeeping? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Maria, for the talk and letting us to go for dinner. Not dinner and lunch as well first. But before all this, I mean, just a couple of, alluding towards the end of the program. Thank you also, Christos, for chairing the session. We have another important event after lunch, is the session on posters, on demos, and hands-on experience. We have 2 hands-on experience this year, so please feel free to participate with the teams that they have set up the environments. On the top level of the university building. So we now have we're not coming back in the amphitheater. So we're going on the B13, A05, and A06 and Parthenon room. This is where all the experience will take place. You have in the online program, as a refresher of the talks that you have already seen yesterday from our speakers, you have all the titles in each room, so you can navigate yourself. We have our volunteers. You can ask if you have any troubles navigating to the space. So the session starts at 3, we say, but okay, now we can be, of course, a bit later, but we can extend it until 4:30. So feel free to go and browse and talk to the authors until 4:30. And at 4:30, we're coming back to the amphitheater for a closing note, for announcing our best papers, and of course, where KaiGRIS 2027 will take place. And also to share a couple of thoughts, a couple of insights for our social event, which is in a very special place that very nicely the local organizers and Panagiotis has arranged for us. So enjoy your lunch. Kaliorix.
Just a reminder that both of the workshops are on the level of Parthenon room. So if you participate on either of them, you can visit, follow the signs to Parthenon room, and you can find them both there. Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is a public announcement about the Imagine Mockup performance. It's going to take place at the AO6 room on 3:15. It's only 5 minutes during the lunch break, so please visit the AO6 room for the Imagine Mockup performance. It's going to take place only once, so please take your time right now. You have 10 minutes and be there in 10 to begin to let the performers begin their performance. Sorry. Thank you very much.
βιντεάκι να παίξουμε. Αν δεν είναι δυσκολία, δεν είναι το μικρό μόνο του για να τραβήξουμε την προσοχή.
Dear participants, I have the difficult task to summarize the conference. This conference actually was a journey of people, ideas, and moments. And actually, it's a multimodal experience that is difficult to be summarized and expressed in words. But I will try to give some first. I have written some text about as a conclusion for the conference. If we look back on 3 days filled with inspiring discussions, innovative research, and lively collaboration in our ever-evolving disciplinary field, now further enriched and challenged by the rise of the generative AI. Greek Kite 2025 has once again highlighted the strength of our community in advancing human-computer interaction, bringing together academics, practitioners, and industry leaders to address shared challenges and explore new opportunities. As organizers, striking a balance between maintaining the highest standards of research and ensuring space for the voices of junior scholars, our community's future. It was not always easy, but deeply rewarding. We leave this gathering not only with new ideas and collaborations, but also with a renewed commitment to designing technologies that are ethical, human-centered, and impactful. Thank you all for your knowledge, energy, and vision. Until we meet again at 2027, may the conversations, friendships, and connections formed here continue to inspire and guide us forward. I want to thank also the local arrangement, the local host for his hospitality, all the members here of the university that help this organization. We know that Panagiotis was the leader of this team, and also Athena, Theodora, Petros, Katerina, which is actually our future part of our community, and we have to keep them close to us. Yes. So you can continue, Panagiotis, you can say.
Thank you, Kostas. I don't want to say add more, let's say. I mean, I think it's well put, well summarized. We're moving on with our next topic, which is a topic of, let's say, anxiety, stress, since we have early in the hours happiness, and yeah, we will offer this year 3 awards. One best paper award, one best short paper award, and an honorable mention award. And Maria will drive us through the process.
Hold it very close to me. Okay, great. Okay, so I had the honor of co-chairing the papers. We had 62 submissions, as you may have heard or remember from the opening presentation. Let me get the numbers right because I forget. 14 full papers were accepted. So after a rigorous review by 3 reviewers, it was a double-blind process. So reviewers did not know the names of the authors. Authors did not know, of course, the names of the reviewers. And we had also how many short papers? 17. Thank you. I should have remembered that. So we are trying every year to comply to the rigorous demands of being an ACM conference, an Association for Computing Machinery conference, as an international conference. So that means that the standards and the bar is high, and thus the best paper, full paper, best short paper, and honorable mention awards reflect, I think, the quality, the rising quality of this conference, without meaning that the other papers are not, you already attended the presentations, so you can attest yourselves about the quality. So without further, let's say, stress and waiting, I'll start with the Best Paper Award. Drum roll, maybe everybody wants to. And the best paper goes to the paper Expressing Digital Character Personality Through Motion Capture, a study of body movements and personality traits. Anthi Kolokotroni, Marina Steriou, Dimitris Valtas, Vilalmini Kalabratsidou, Panagiotis Kyriakoulakos, and Spiros Vosinakis, also from here. So thank you and congratulations. And as a token of our thanks and gratitude, you have this book to, of course, yes. Please, there's a photo. short paper, Best Short Paper Award now. Roll. Okay. How many participants do you need for closed cart sorting, a case study of an e-commerce website? Theodoros Zougalis and Christos Katsanos. There's an honorable mention. It goes to the full paper, an honorable mention award. Okay. Generative AI Interaction, a systematic review of related interfaces and interactions by Konstantinos Ordoubozanis, Markos Kostadakis, Stavroula Zoe, and Yorgos Karidakis. I know none of them are here. Yorgos left, Markos just left. George and Marcos, Vula was not here, so maybe we can take a picture and you will make sure. Just to say that the awards derive from the reviewing scores. So this was an easy decision for us as chairs because these papers got the highest marks. So it's, I think, a very objective process. Now, I'd also like to thank the local organizing committee. Your work has been amazing, very inspiring. What you do, I think your motivation, your teamwork, the environment here, it's just wonderful. I think, personally, I think it was an amazing experience for me being here. I hope everybody else enjoyed it as well. We have some gifts for your team. Feel free to put them in your library or distribute them amongst you.
If I can say a few words.
Yes, you can.
These books are not for me, of course. They are for our amazing PhD students. I would like to thank, first of all, the four main students, PhD students of our local organizing committee, Athina Bosta. You all know her. She was one of the hearts of the conference. Theodora Hamaidi, of course, who is also here. Katerina Malisova, who is upstairs over there. And I'm looking for Petros Printesis. Of course, he's also a cornerstone of the conference. And he was mostly on the upper levels of the buildings, okay, because he was responsible for the demos and the interactive experiences. So, and of course, I must say that we had a total of 16 student volunteers who have helped us, and you have seen them around the buildings and in all rooms and all sessions.
So, before we go, of course, we thought this year to, let's say, not be a surprise where KaiGreece 2027 will take place. Therefore, I would like to share with you the location. And for that, I would like to invite the podium, Christos, to share a couple of words.
Yes, thank you very much, Panagiotis. So, the next conference will be on the Aristotle University in Thessaloniki. I have prepared 3 slides just for the venue location. The Aristotle University is the largest university in Greece in terms of number of students. It has all possible departments, all disciplines are there. 93,000 students and more than 2,000 academic and research staff. In case anyone in the audience doesn't know the position, the town, okay, we are in Greece, and the town, I'm having trouble here, is here, okay, the town, yeah. The city, okay, sorry, the city is there. You probably know Halkidiki, most of you. And I'm not sure we can do this, but we can try. So this is supposed to play everything from the. We have sound. Shall I move it, Athena, to a separate screen? What?
Very nice job. I see it for the first time. Oh, can I share my whole screen, please?
Yeah, but don't have anything secret here.
No.
Okay, thank you very much, Athena.
So, okay, just a disclaimer: the best paper award, best short paper award, has nothing to do with the destination. Okay, so just for yeah. So about the dates, I mean, there are some ideas, but you will be informed soon after we discuss internally again what will be. Also, in relation to other main events, the best, let's say, month and best possible. I mean, we cannot have the best, but the best possible months and dates that we would expect that most of us, again, we can get together and we can share some, again, amazing experiences in Thessaloniki. Before we go, I think we try to emphasize how important during these days, how important is the community to us to get together, to share this experience and to improve it. Therefore, with your help, we want to become better. Please take 2-3 minutes and whatever you feel, whatever you suggest, whatever you wish to have for the future, we would like to hear it, we would like to consider it, and we would like to evolve through the process, not only on the academic part, on the acceptance ratio part, let's say, the really, let's say, scientific part, but also on the experience and on the collaborations and the way that we spend time together and we evolve also as human beings, as community in the human-computer interaction. Therefore, I would like to thank you also, again, as current chair of the ACM SIGHI chapter, for the amazing moments that we spent together. And before we go, I would like to give the chance to Panagiotis to share a couple of words about the event that we will meet tonight. We have one more social event, yes, in a very exceptional place with a lot of history, but better Panagiotis can convey the message. Thank you.
So tonight you're all invited to the Institute Kiveli. This is the house of very historic actress for Greece, Kiveli, who lived in that house for many years, and she also played in the theater many times. She was a theatrical actress. For those that maybe do not know her, she was pioneer and very and made many plays also in Europe and during the Middle War period, I would say, between the two great wars. And let's it's close, but it's within small alleys of Hermopolis. So if you would like to meet at around 8:30, not later, at outside the St. Nicholas Church, Agios Nikolaos, those of you who can make it, we can meet there and go to the house of Kiveli, to the Kiveli Institute. But if you cannot make it, it's not a problem. We have at the printed version of the program, we have a QR code with exact map location. You can follow it and come maybe later. We will have, you know, some modest drinks, wine, maybe beer, I think so. And we will have the chance also to watch a short movie of 5 minutes of the history of the house and maybe some other historic houses in Hermopoli. It may be chilly, the weather, because we will be sitting on the terrace of the house. And so if you have with you something to protect yourself from maybe the wind. Okay, that's all.
Closing, as a member of the organizing committee, I can say that CIROS was the best conference between all the previous conferences that we had, the previous two. Not due to the quality of the presentation of the papers, but also due to the hospitality and the warm atmosphere that CIROS gave it to us. Thank you very much. So yeah, it will help to try to compete serious. Thank you very much.